Discipleship Radio.
Come be a part of
Torah MOJ, Atlanta Jew Society,
where Hebrew feels like home.
Discipleship Radio. Discipleship Radio. Discipleship Radio.
Come be a part of
Torah MOJ, Atlanta Jew Society,
where Hebrew feels like home. Come be a part of
Torah MOJ, Atlanta Jew Society,
where Hebrew feels like home.
Kaf Hey, Psalm 25, according to the royal, and here, Shema Yisrael, here, today's daily Psalm, Mizmor Kaf Hey, Psalm 25, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, and here, Shema Uli, here, today's daily Psalm, Mizmor Kaf Hey, a Psalm of David. To thee O Lord, do I lift up my soul. Lit Dawid, Elekai Yehovah, Nafshi Esah. These words are to be considered in the light and illumination of the verse, even the verse from Devarim, from Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 15, that reads, in the same day thou shalt give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down upon it, for he is poor, and he lifteth his soul to him. Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be he, asked Dawid, why dost thou lift up thy soul to me? David replied, because upon thine earth I am a hireling before thee eye. Here, Job chapter 7, verse 2, it reads, a servant that eagerly longeth for the shadow, and a hireling that looketh for the reward of his work. And it is written of a hireling in the law of Moses in HaTorah, in the same day thou, the eye, shalt give him his hire. And so, to thee I, O Yahuwah, O Jehovah, do I lift up my soul. Eleka, Yahuwah, Nafshi Esah. For in the world's use, the hireling who completes his work for a householder asks the householder for the wage of his work, and the householder gives it to him. And shall it not be so with Hakadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu, blessed be he? Shall not the words, neither shall the sun go down upon a man's hire, apply also to Hakadosh Baruch Hu? Shall it not also apply to the Holy One, the Isla One, the Sanctified One, the Set Apart One? Blessed be he. Now, if it is said of a hireling who asks the wage that the householder owes him, he lifteth his soul to him, how much more ought this be said of us, of I and I, whose lives, whose liberty depend upon the eye. In another comment, the verse is read, to thee, O Lord, do I lift up my life. Elekai Yahuwah, Nafshi Esah. These words were spoken by the generation that during persecution, false prosecution, during Hadrian's persecution, gave even their lives, their liberty, in pledge to hallow, to sanctify Hashem, to set apart the name, saying, when thou dost lend thy neighbor any manner of loan, thou shalt not enter his house to fetch his pledge. And if he be poor, thou shalt surely restore to him the pledge when the sun goeth down. According to Devarim, Deuteronomy chapter 24, verses 10 to 12. Another comment. The words, Elekai Yehovah, Nafshi Esa, to thee I, O Jehovah, do I lift up my soul. Elekai Yehovah, Nafshi Esa, are to be considered in the light, the illumination of the verse, even the verse from Psalm 34, Hebraically the 6th verse, Psalm 31, Psalm 31 verse 6, that reads, into thy hand I commit my spirit. Biyadika afkid ruchi, into thy hand, biyadika I commit, afkid, my soul, ruchi, biyadika afkid ruchi. Here, Psalm 31, verse 6, Mizmor Lamed Aleph, the wow verse that reads, Biyadika afkid ruchi, into thy hand, into thy yad, biyadika I commit, afkid ruchi, my soul, ruchi. As matters go in the world, a man with whom things are left for safekeeping may confuse one man's things with a second man's things, and the second man's with the first man's. For some things are not easily told apart, but with HaKadosh, with the Holy One, the Sanctified One, the Set Apart One, the Isla One, Baruch Hu, blessed be He, there is no such confusion. For thou, Lord, art God in truth. Yo El Emet, Yahuwah, O He who be, who He be, El, true good, true God, El Emet, thou the I, O Jehovah, art El, the true good, the true God, the almighty I of truth, Yahuwah El Emet. Thus, like this, here, this is the second part of Psalm 31, Mizmor Lamed Aleph. The fuller verse reads, Padita oti Yahuwah El Emet, thou the I hast redeemed me, redeemed I, O He who be, who He be, El Emet, thou hast redeemed I, O Jehovah, thou the I, El Emet, God, true good of truth. Thus, like this, is it conceivable that a man should rise in the morning and seek his spirit and not find it? Or that he finds his spirit in another and other's possession? Or another's spirit in his possession? Hence here it is said, thou the eye restorest what is left with thee, the eye, for safekeeping. For thou, the eye, O Jehovah, art God of truth, art El Emet. Padita oti, Yahuwah El Emet. Thou restorest, Padita oti, what is left with thee for safekeeping. For thou, the eye, Yahuwah El Emet. Rav Iskandri, Alexandri, he said, a mortal in whose possession new things are left for safekeeping, and with whom the things remain, returns them worn and used. Not so, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, not so, the Holy One, blessed be He. Things worn out, things worn and used are left with Him for safekeeping, and He returns them anew. He returns them new, Chadash. You can see for yourself that this is true. For the worker labors the whole day, and his spirit, rucho, within him becomes weary and worn, so that he is tired when he goes to sleep. But rucho, his spirit, his irit, is at peace. For it is in the safekeeping of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in the safekeeping of the Holy One, the Sanctified One, the Set Apart One, the Isla One, Baruch Hu, blessed be He. And at dawn it returns, a new creation to his body. As is said even in Lamentations, Lamentation chapter 3, verse 23, spirits are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. Spirits are new every dawning. Great is thy faithfulness. Lamentations chapter 3, verse 23. Rav Shimon said in the name of Rav Simon, because thou renewest our spirits, iris, each dawn. Namen, namen, we believe, nay, nah. We are certain that thou, the I, wilt restore our spirits, iris, to I at the resurrection. Rav Iskandri Alexandri said, because in our exile, exile, thou, the I, renewest our spirits, iris, each dawn. We, are certain that thy, the I, faithfulness must be so great as to deliver us to another comment, to the I, O Jehovah, how my soul is burdened, how she is burdened. Elekai Yahuwah, nafshi esah, to the I, O Jehovah, how my soul, nafshi, she is burdened, nafshi esah. And here a midrash note on today's Psalm, Mizmor Kaf, Hey, Psalm 25. The commentator arrives at this reading, to the I, O Lord, how my soul is burdened. The commentator arrives at this reading of to the I, O Jehovah, do I lift up my soul. Elekai Yahuwah, nafshi esah. By taking esah, I lift up, esah, I lift up, in its other meaning of I carry a burden. Esah, I carry a burden. Therefore, in another comment, Elekai Yahuwah, nafshi esah, to the I, O Jehovah, how my soul, how she is burdened. When the holy temple stood, a man who committed a sin, an akari, a chet, might bring an offering that made expiation for him. But now that we, that I have no offerings, behold, on a fast day, our souls, our psyches are burdened. Reckon the affliction in our souls, in I souls, as a perfect offering. For we, I have naught else but thy mercies to hold on to. Hence, here it is said, Elekai Yehovah, nafshi esah, to the I, O he who be, how my soul, how my psyche, how she is burdened. Rav Yehuda, Judah said, in truth, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, waived many of HaHekal, the temple rites of atonement. For it is said in Isaiah chapter 55, verse 7, let him return to the Lord, and He will have mercy upon him, and to our God, Eloheinu, for He will abundantly pardon. And other comment on Elekai Yahuwah, nafshi esah, to the I, O Jehovah, do I lift up my soul. When Solomon spoke of cold waters to a yearning soul in Proverbs, in the Mashal and Mishle Shlomo, in the Proverbs chapter 25, when Solomon spoke of cold waters to a yearning soul, he meant that David yearned for Torah, the direction, instructions, the teaching of His Majesty, and that nafsho, his soul, she longed to be in the Beit Midrash, to be in the house of study, in the Beit Midrash. Thus, like this, David said, even in Psalm 26, Hebraically, the 8th verse, Psalm 26, verse 8, Lord, I love the habitation of thy house. Yahuwah ahavti me'on beitika. Jehovah, he who be, who he be. I love, ahabti, the habitation, me'on, of thy house, beiteka. Yahuwah, ahabti, me'on, beiteka. He also said, even in Psalm 84, verse 3, my soul longeth, yea, even she fainteth for the courts of the Lord. Niksafa wagama kalta nafshi lechat Yahuwah. My soul yearneth, yea, even pineth for the courts of Jehovah. Nikasafa wagama kalta nafshi lechat Yahuwah. He also said in the same psalm, Psalm 84, but here, Hebraically, the 11th verse, a day in thy courts is better than 1,000. A day in thy courts is better than 1,000. Ki atov yom b'chreka me aleph. For a day in thy courts is better. Ki tov yom than 1,000. Ki tov yom b'chreka me aleph. And he asked, even in Psalm 24, verse 3, who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? And who shall stand in his holy place? Miya ya'eleh behar Yahuwah, uwa miya yakum biya mikom karisho. Who shall ascend into the mountain of Jehovah? Miya ya'eleh behar Yahuwah. And who shall stand, mi yakum, in his holy place? Biya mikom karisho. Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, the Idle One, blessed be He, replied, knowest thou not? Knowest I not? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart. Very next verse, Mizmor Kaf Dalet, Psalm 24, verse 4. He that hath clean hands and a pure heart. Nikei kapayim uvar levav. He that hath clean hands, nikei kapayim, and a pure heart, ubar lebab. Nikei kapayim ubar lebab. Thereupon David rejoiced, saying, these I have clean hands, for it is said even in 2 Samuel 8 and 15, David executed justice and righteousness to all his people, and a pure heart, for it is said in 1 Samuel chapter 13 verse 14, Yahuwah Jehovah hath sought him a man after his own heart. Hence, here, Shlomo Solomon said, cold waters to a yearning soul. And David said further, I have sworn, and I will perform it, to keep thy righteous ordinances. Even here, in Psalm 119, verse 106. Nia sheba'eti yawae kayem. Lishmora mishapeteya tzidek eka. I have sworn, Nia shepaeti, and have confirmed it. Wa ekayim, to observe, lishmor, thy righteous ordinances. Mishapeteya tzidek eka. And thereby he would obtain two rewards. One reward for the sworn oath, and one reward for obedience to the ordinance. My God, I have put my trust in thee. Bika Elohaya bika batachti alehosha ala ya'alutsu baili. My God, Elohai, Hailei, Elohai, I have put my trust in the eye. Elohai, Beka Batachati, Beka. Rav Yitzchak said, in thee, Beka, in the eye, male, and none other, Beka, in Elohai, Beka Batachati, Elohai, Hailei, my God, I have put my trust, Beka. Beka, in the eye, means in thy law, bitorateka. For the numerical value of the letters Beka in the eye is 22. The Hebrew numerical value of the letters Beit and Kaf in Beka in the eye, male, Beka is 22. The number of letters in the Hebrew Aleph Beit, the number of letters in the Hebrew alphabet. And here, Midrash note on Mizmor Kaf Hey, here. In Gematria, by Gematria, in the Hebrew Gematria, Beit is 2. Beit is valued Hebraically as 2. And Kaf is 20, thus Beka 22. This psalm, today's psalm, Mizmor Kaf Hey, is an acrostic, is a Hebrew Aleph Beit psalm. Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies, 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 thy tender. Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they have been ever of old. Here, today's psalm is Mizmor Kaf Hey. Here, the wow, the vav, the wow, the 6th verse right here. Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they have been ever of old. Zikor rachmei kai Yehovah wa chesadeka ki me olam heima. Remember, Zikor, remember. Rachmeika, thy compassions, thy tender mercies. Zikor rachmeika, Yahuwah, O he who be O Jehovah. Zikor rachmekai Yahuwah wa chesadeka, and thy mercies, thy loving kindnesses. Wa chesadeka, ki me olam, for from of old, from the worlds, ki me olam, heima, they are, they be. Zikor rachmeka Yahuwah wa chesadeka ki me olam, heima. Rav Yehoshua ben Lewi, Joshua ben Levi said, these words refer to those loving kindnesses that thou, the I, didst begin with Adam. Thou didst say to him, according to Bereshith, Genesis chapter 2, verse 17, in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. Ki biyom ekaleka mimenu mot tamut. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou, the I, shalt surely die. Ki biyom ekaleka mimenu mot tamut. But hadst thou not afterwards given Adam 1 day of thine, a day that is 1,000 years, as is said even in Psalm 90, Hebraically the 4th verse that reads, 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday. Ki elef shanim be'aineka, kuyom etmol, ki ya'evora we ashmura balayla. Full verse, for 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday, when it is past, as a watch in the night. Ki elef shanim be'aineka, for 1,000 years in thy eyes, in thy sight. Ki, for elef, 1,000, shanim, years. Ki elef shanim be'aineka, in the eyesight. Ke yom etmol, like day yester. Ke yom etmol, are but as yesterday. Ki ya'ivor, when ya'ivor, when it is passed over, crossed over, when it's passed, ya'ivor, ki ya'ivor, we ashmura balayla, and as a watch, we ashmura, a watch, balayla, in the night. Kia lefa shanim be'aineka, kut yom etamol, kia ya'ivor, we ashmura balayla. How could Adam have united with Eshto, or Seto, with his Isha, his Eshet, his Orset, with his wife, and begotten children? Hence, here, it is said, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses have been ever of old. That is to say, ever since the days of Adam.
Come be a part of
Torah and OJ, Atlanta Jews Society.
where Hebrew feels like home.
Psalm 25.
מזמור כ"ה לדוד.
Shalom again, Shalom Chaverim. Here we have today's daily psalm. We have
Psalm 25.
מזמור כ"ה לדוד.
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul.
אליך אדוני נפשי אשא.
O my God, O my God, O my God, O my God.
אלוהי.
I trust in thee, in thee, in thee, in thee, in thee.
בך בטחתי.
Let me not be ashamed, not be ashamed, not be ashamed, not be ashamed, not be ashamed.
אל אבושה.
Let not mine enemies triumph over me, over me, over me, over me.
אל יעלצו אויבי לי.
Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause. Show me thy ways, O Lord. Teach me thy paths. Lead me in thy truth and teach me. For thou art the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all the day. Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they have been ever of old. Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions. According to thy mercy, remember thou me for thy goodness' sake, O Lord. Good and upright is the Lord. Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon mine iniquity, for it is great. What man is he that feareth the Lord? Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose. His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed shall inherit the earth. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Mine eyes are ever toward the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net. Turn thee unto me, and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted. The troubles of my heart are enlarged. O bring thou me out of my distresses. Look upon mine affliction and my pain, and forgive all my sins. Consider mine enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred. O keep my soul and deliver me. Let me not be ashamed, for I put my trust in thee. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I wait on thee. Redeem Israel, O God, out of all his trouble, 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 out of all his trouble.
Shalom again, Shalom Chaverim. Here we have today's daily psalm. We have psalm time according to the royal order of Ethiopian Hebrews. after the order of Melchizedek, the righteous king, even the King of Kings, Kamal, Haile Selassie, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, Hashem, Hashem,
Yes,
Hashem.
Shavua Tov, a good Shavua. Here, the first, again, the first full week of this new Gregorian year. So blessedness and grace to you all in the way, the truth, and the life. Right here, we have today's daily psalm. Today's daily psalm is themed a prayer. So that was a little bit of the Midrash right there. I wanted to go into a little critique of the Midrash right there. Midrash is a study, right? We study, we investigate. So it's seek Yahweh, seek Jehovah while he may be found. Keyword darash at the root of midrash. So midrash, the bait, midrash, bait is house, the house of study. So study to show yourself approved. We began off right there for midrash, the midrash, the study, right on today's daily psalm, Psalm 25, 25th Psalm. Now, a couple of interesting points right there as we listened with y'all right there. Sometime in the translation, I think we just kind of went through the basic read and then brought out the like Hebrew for some of the key significant verses. And that exposed that sometimes in translations, even the best translations sometimes are no. Let me pull that back. Sometimes translators always don't really translate it accurately. Let's put it like that, right? Not getting into their intent because, we're not Elohim to read their intent. We're not in Elohim's stead, but we can definitely see the work, and some parts of the work is good, but then some parts was not so good. Especially sometimes people confuse the soul and the spirit, right? The soul and the spirit. We've touched on this subject matter before, like in English poetry. It can be either or. Sometimes if you look at English poetry, we make a poem, we might say soul because it rhymes here, or we might say spirit because it rhymes over there. But not so when we look at the biblical Hebrew, and not so according to the royal order. So here's a part of it right here. Here's a part of the midrash that we had went through. I think that was let me get this right here just to be right and accurate. So the midrash for Psalm 25 means more kaf. Hey, means more kaf, Hebraic number or letter signifying the number 20, kaf, and hey, the fifth letter of the Hebrew alphabet, or as we say, the aleph bet. Wow, that was actually from 1 to 5 right there. Let's see, 1 to 5. Let's scroll down here. 2, that was the second part. Then over here, we went through, that was actually, the third. So you see these like sections going into certain verses and comparing scripture with scripture, right? From the ancient studies, from the scholars before, right? And this is something that we like to go over and then also comment on. Do we agree? If we do agree, can we point to scripture or reasonment for agreement? Okay, so here, we went up to this right here, the fifth, right? The fifth. Now, we noticed that earlier, in some places it says my soul. I think one was ruach. Ruach is spirit. So we read the verse. The verse actually from the manuscript says ruchi, fully enunciated, ruchi, or ruhi, right? My ruach. But then the translator must have said soul. And I think we just read along with the translation right there. That was like a first kind of go through right there for the Chabarim. But here, this is the area we had got up to the fifth. So it was like the five sections, right? Five sections of the Midrash. And we get up to this particular verse right here where it says, my God, I have put my trust in thee. Let's get the Hebrew right here. The Hebrew right here. It's the second verse right there, fifth section. It says, Elohai bika batachti, alebosha. Well, alebosha is the next part of the verse. Alebosha, I will not be ashamed. Alebosha, ebosha. But here, the first part of it, my God, Elohai, my Elohim. So Elohim, the creator, the judge, Hebraically, the power or the powers, right? Signifying power. Yes, in the Hebrew, Elohim is plural. Some would translate as gods when they're on the God thing, but when we apply it to Eloheinu, our Elohim, it's interesting in the Hebrew, it's in singularity. So, yes, he is the powers. This is the Hebrew perspective. While others, Elohim means different powers, different gods, or whatever. For us, it is he who be who he be, right? We could say the Hebrew Trinity, but it's still Echad, it's still one, right? So Elohai, my Elohim, Elohai, Bika in the eye. So you see where it says the BK up there. So the BK signifies in the Hebrew Bika, the Hebrew letters Be, the Beit Essentia. The bait is like in, on, by way of. Bika, bika, bi. And then we have the suffix ka, ka. The kaf, in the sense of ka, right, would signify in the I male, like you're speaking to a male, in the I male. Elohai, my Elohim, bika, in thee, batachti, batachti. In thee I batach, I trust. In the I'm confident, in the I'm bold. It has a sense for the Rastaman when we say always faithful, always sure. That surety. In the I'm confident. I put my trust. Right? It has a secondary sense of like to flee, like you flee someplace for refuge, right? And the figurative sense is to place your trust, your confidence, always faithful, always sure. That sense there. Elohai bika batachti. There we go, right there. So Rav Yitzhak had said, in thee, bika, bika. So taking these two Hebrew letters, let's see if we can do this right here. Just have a little teachable moment on the Midrash here on the Mishnah Monday. Oh, Monday, Hebraically, is the Yom, the day, Sheni. So Sheni would mean the second day of the Shavua, the Yom HaSheni, right? So we say Mishnah, Mishnah from Shana also has a sense of to go over it again. So the sense of the Mishnah. It's found also the Torah, the fifth book, the fifth volume of Torah. The reason why it's called Deuteronomy in English is because the translators of the Septuagint, right, they went to a verse in okay, hold on for a moment. I'll show you the verse. I can show you as I tell you about it. So they went to this verse over here in Deuteronomy chapter 17. Right, just to explain the Mishnah part right there, because I might say, "Oh, that's Yiddish or some crazy stuff." I'm like, my gosh, but we have to study to show ourselves approved. So let's go to chapter 17 right here. Chapter 17, right? Chapter 17, bring that up, Chavarine. Okay, so here where it gives the king's command when Israel would have kings. There we go right there. Here we go right here. It says right here from verse 14, and when thou art come to the land, not unto, un means not, unto, not to, right? Unclean, undone, unkind. So we read it a little differently. When thou art come to the land, right? Or even the sense of into the land, but to the land that Yahweh Eloheka, he who be Jehovah thy Elohim, thy creator, thy judge, thy almighty power, giveth thee, and shall possess it, Hebraically, shall possess her, right? The it there's her, the land, shall possess her, and shall dwell therein, shall dwell in her, right? And shall say, I will set a Melech, a king, Hebraically Melech, a Negus, king, Negus and Negas, like king of kings, but a Melech, a king, Melech, over me, like as all the nations that are about me, round about. Goes on. So here in the Torah, in chapter 17, okay, we're going here. The reason why we're going here, right? We're going here because why do they call the book Deuteronomy? We're going to explain just briefly why they call it Deuteronomy. Hebraically, this fifth book is known as Devarim. Devarim, somebody say Devarim. Devarim. Debar means word. Devarim means the words, like the 10 words, right? Devarim. So Hebraically, we'll call the fifth book, the fifth volume of Torah, right? Hadebarim, right? Based on the key first words, right? But in in the English from the Greek, they say Deuteronomos, or called in the English Deuteronomy, right? Where did they get that from, right? Some of the Habarim know, but let's just go over this once again. We'll read up to it. Thou shalt in any wise. So it's under the condition for kings, that when Yisrael would decide that, you know what, everybody else got a king, right? So we need to have a king because everybody else got a king. We need to have a king, right? Therefore, when Yisrael would say so or decide to have kings, they could have kings, but their kings, right, should be according to this. This is the precept here. Thou shalt in any wise set king, Melech, over thee, whom Yahweh Eloheka shall choose. So we have this sense of the elect of God or the chosen of God, the one that Yahweh shall choose. From among thy brethren shalt thou set Melech, a king, over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, who not thy brother. So here's the condition for the Israelites. Then it goes on to verse 16, says, but this is the conditions, he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Mitzrayim, to Egypt, the Tawi, right? To the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as Yahweh, he who be Hashem, hath said to you, y'all shall henceforth from here forward return no more that way. Then it goes on to say that neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away, neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. So it doesn't say he shouldn't have silver and gold, but he should not multiply greatly. You know what multiplication is, right? Yeah. Okay. And it says, and it shall be. Now here's the part. Here's how we get to the word sheni. Here the Yom HaSheni. Just to point to comparisons of basics of the Hebrew here. You know, as we listen, that sounds like that has that word sound in it. Might be connected with that word. And it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy. Boom, there we go. A what? A copy of this law in a book out of, before the priests, the Levites, out of that which is before, right? The priests, the Kohanim, Halloween. So here, the priests and the Levites, they would basically keep the books, the documents, you know, the writings, right? So way back here in Deuteronomy, speaking about books and writing. So when people say, well, who wrote the Torah? Who wrote it? Read the translation. It says Moshe wrote it, and then he passed it to Levites, and Levites had to write it. Now it tells us that the king, when he would have a king, right, the king will also have to write or cause it to be written, right, a copy of this law. So here, let's go over here, just briefly right here. Here it says, Wahaya, Ke Shipto ala Kisei Malkuto. So it will be, right? It will be Ke Shipto, when he sits, Shipto al upon Kisei, his throne, or the throne of Kisei Malkuto. When he sits on the throne, the Kisei, the canopy throne, right? The seat of honor, but really it's the canopy throne of royal dignity, authority, and power in the figurative sense. Literally a seat, but that seat symbolically is the throne for the royal dignity, authority, and power. Properly, it's the covered over throne, the canopy throne, right? The canopy throne. Kisei Malkuto, it says, Wikatu, lo, right? And to write, and he'll write for him, Wikatu, lo, et Mishnah. Here we go, Mishnah, the Mishnah, there's the word Mishnah, right there. There's the word Mishnah in Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 18. Mishnah HaTorah. He shall write, what shall he write? Right, with Katub Lau, he shall write for him what? Et. Direct object marker, et Mishneh HaTorah. He shall write a Mishnah, right? Mishneh, actually a copy, a double, a copy, a second, a copy, right? This is how the word is brought out in translation. A second, like a second in order, second in rank, second in age, a second. Basically from the idea of repetition. This is why Deuteronomy Deuteronomos is literally from the Greek, the Koine Greek, repetition of the law, right? So Hebraically, we often name the books, right? Hebraically from ancient times, even to the present, based on the first word or based on the key distinctive first word. It's like the Torah portion. Here we're in the Exodus Torah portion. Is it called Exodus in the Hebrew? No, not the book. The book is called the Sefer Shemot. Shemot. Shemot means the names, right? When we get to the fifth book, right, it says We'ela, right, ha-dibarim, and these are the dibarim. These are the words. But the translation from the Septuagint, as we have it today, is Deuteronomy. Where did they get the name Deuteronomy from? They get the name Deuteronomy from this particular verse right here in chapter 17 at verse 18, right? Let's do it like this so we can highlight the words. You can see the words together. Let's take it off of the Hebrew Strongs, the key words. Okay, it wraps around like this right here. Let's see if we can bring that around right there. There we go, right there. This is where the words, right, the translation of Deuteronomy comes from. So that means that when they went into the Greek or translated from some ancient Hebrew manuscript into the Greek, the Koine Greek, right, that he said, what are we going to call this book? Right? So you remember Deuteronomy 17:18? Oh, Mishnah, Ha-Torah. Oh, the repetition of the Torah, repetition of the instruction, the repetition of the law, rather of the instruction direction. Now, of course, Deuteronomy is repetition because Moshe is repeating the same instruction to the children of the parents that were brought out of Mitzrayim, but were not worthy to enter into the land. So it's like they wandered to death 40 years, and then their children, the sons, rise up in their stead, and Moshe is there to basically give them the instructions, the repetition to kind of repeat the instructions, also the lessons of their forefathers. This is why the book is called Repetition of the Law. But here's where those words that I highlighted right there, Mishneh HaTorah. Now let's just go into a little bit of explain right here, right? Let's just show this. We'll go back to the KJV, right? So you can see the key words there, right? When he sitteth, Shipto, Al Kisei, Malkuto, Mamlaka, Malkuto. Hold on for a moment. Hold on for a moment. Did we misread that there? Mamlakto, yes. Slicha li. There's two words. There's the word for kingdom and there's the word for the royal dignity. So my bad. I misread that. I misread this as Malkut. Malkut is the word for kingdom. Mamlaka. They have it as kingdom here, but it's really the sovereignty. It really more is the dominion, the realm. So there's the word Malkut. Like we say, Malkut Shemaim, the kingdom of heaven. And then there's the Mamlaka. The Mamlaka is the dominion. So you have the kingdom, and then you have the dominion, the estate, the rule, the realm of which the kingdom rules. So let's read this once again. Slicha li. Wahaya K shipto ala kisei mamlakto. His mamlaka, his sovereignty. So it would more correctly be the throne of his sovereignty, the throne of his royal power, right? Wahaya K shipto ala kisei mamlakto. With katu below wa eta mishnei haTorah hazota al sefer Mia lifneya ha kohanim Halloween. That was a full verse right there. Now let's bring it down to the KJV. Once again, apologies on that. That happens sometime, but it should not. Right? Mamlaka. Right? Mamlakto. Right? So the more correct is like sovereignty. Right? His sovereignty. It's like the dominion. It's the realm. It's the realm. The dominion, the estate, the realm. Right? The realm. So we have kingdom, and then we have the realm of the kingdom, the rule of the kingdom, the sphere of rule of that kingdom. That he shall write him with katub lahu, he shall write for himself, he shall write for him a what? A Mishnah, a double, a copy. So when we speak about the Yom HaSheni, we have the first day, Yom HaRishon, what's called the Sunday, and then for the Monday is the Yom HaSheni, right? So, of course, they say Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, but we say the Rishon, Yom HaRishon, the first, the primary day, Yom HaSheni, the second, and then Shalishi, and then, so forth and so on. But right here, the second in order, so the Mishnah, right? Now, the word Mishnah is interesting too. Mishnah, Mishneh HaTorah, Mishneh. So Mishnah is by itself, a second. Mishneh is the second of HaTorah, the second of the instruction, the second, a copy of the instruction. But we get to the root sense of the word right here. We go down here, we have the word Shana, Shana, right? Shana means to repeat, to do again, to change. So, for example, we had what is Shana? Right? Shana Shel Hagoyim. So Shana Shel Hagoyim is the like year, the new year, like the new year of the Gentiles just now, right? Shel of the Goyim, of the nations, right? So the word Shana also as a noun refers to the word that we call year, but the verb is to repeat, to do again, to change, to alter, kind of a repetition, right? In this sense, right? To fold, to duplicate, right? By implication is to transmute, right? To repeat, right? As it said, that repetition is good in education. Like when you're learning something, you really want to learn something, you keep going over it. After a while, you get it. That's the sense right there. So the Mishneh HaTorah, right? In a sefer, in a book, or in a writing, something written, right? Out of that which is before, right? The priests, the Levites, they're the custodians of the script. So right there, just to touch on that right there. Where were we at? How did we get on that point right there? Because the Mishnah and because of also the quote right here. Here we go right here, right? So where it says, in thee, right, means in thy law. So this is kind of like a reasoning on this second verse of today's daily psalm. This phrase, this part of the phrase, right? Elohai, my God, Bika, in the I male, Batachti, I have put my trust, my confidence. So in the reasonment among the scholars of Torah, like when we reason on the verse, say, hey, what do you think this means? And one's chop it up, right? So for some of the ancient scholars of Torah chopping it up, right? Rav Yitzhak, he said, Bika, it means Bitorateka. He said it means in thy Torah, in thy law, direction, instruction. And then he further brought out the reasoning, right, for the numerical value of the letters. So in the Hebrew, let's see if we can go over here, right here. Do we have that right there? The Hebrew, here we go. Here's to the Hebrew. Now, this doesn't have the numerical values right here, but this is more or less like how it goes. So you see where it says the Latin letter, that's the A, the Hebrew, Aleph, right? Right? At least in the English, the name of the letter, right? You see the Hebrew, that's some will call it the Paleo, or the the Paleo, ones was called Phoenician, some might say Canaanite, but then we have the Aramaic or the square Hebrew right there, right? And then we keep going over. It has a value, at least a figure value, right, based on the Hebraic meaning, right, of an ox, right, an ox. And then from that, we get the alpha within the Greek, alpha, omega, right, beginning and last, first and last. The Hebrew will be Aleph, right? And the last will be, let's scroll down here, will be Tau. Some say Thau, but really it's Tau or Tav, Tau, right? So the numerical value, when it's going into numerical value, right? Just now, the Aleph, so you see the Aleph is the first. This chart doesn't have the number there, the first, and then we have the Ka. So the Kaf right there, right, has a numerical value of 20. So as a shorthand for Psalm 25, Tehillim Perek Kaf Hey, or Mizmor Kaf 20 Hey, right? The fifth letter. Just to prove that right there, you see the ABG. So people talk about the ABCs, right? Hebrew for Rastafari, we say the ABGs. right? So these are some of the basic ABG. See the hey down there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aleph, Beit, Gimel, Dalet, hey, right? So here, let's get back to this right here for a moment, just to elaborate on this right here. Because this was one good point here when we talk about the Hebrew alphabet, as was at this point of our Torah studies, for the numerical value of the letters in Bika, right? Bika, in the Bi, in Ka, the I, the male, is 22. The number of letters in the Aleph Beit, in the first house, the Aleph first Beit house, because let's go back over here for a moment. You see the second letter of the ABGs, the Hebrew ABGs, right? The Hebrew ABGs, right? Because we keep talking about the Hebrew ABCs, but we don't have a C, we have a G. The Hebrew ABGs. So you see, right there, big ka, right? Big ka. Hold on for a moment. I want to get this note. Let me bring out this note right here. I got to go into the hard copy right here. It's like actually 2 volumes. The Midrash on the Psalms is actually 2 volumes, right? So in the second volume, they usually go through the notes. So you see there's a small letter 3 right there. Boom, 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 boom. So let's go here. 25. It says here by gematria. So here's what it explains by gematria. Gematria. People say gematria, but gematria. The bait is 2, as you can see right there. The second letter, bait. And you see when next to it, it says house. And then it says beta, right? And then we have the later, the B, so from the Hebrew to the Greek, then coming down to the Latin, right? The psalm here is an acrostic. Now, what do we mean by an acrostic? The psalm here is ordered according to the Hebrew alphabet. So when we're studying the psalm here, Psalm 25, and we're looking at the Hebrew, right, we start to notice that it's ordered according to the Hebrew alphabet, right? The whole of the psalm as a theme is a cry, a call of a humble soul, a humble psyche, in supplication to Yahweh Eloheinu, Ha Elohim, the true good, the true God. It it reflects no special circumstance. As when we're looking at the psalm, it doesn't really give us much detail other than it's of David, right? But as we read it, we can tell the context of it is a prayer. It's an appeal, right? And it's intensely personal, right? In form, the psalm, as we have the psalm right here, Psalm 25, is based upon an alphabetical acrostic. Acrostic. I don't know if you have that word here. Acrostic. Acrostic. Right. Let me see if we go over here. I know we're about to get to the psalm. Go here. We begin off a new book. Let's do this right here. Acrostic. What am I typing? Okay, acrostic. Across. Let's see, acrostic, right? Acrostic. There we go. What is going on now? The keys are small. Not making an excuse, just an explanation. Right, there we go. Acrostic. Okay, let's go to acrostic. Okay, what does acrostic mean? Okay, there's a lot of different meanings for it, but here they say acrostic is a poem, a word puzzle, or other composition in which certain letters in each line form a word or words. An acrostic, right? What does acrostic mean in the Bible? They say in the Bible, an acrostic is a literary device where this is the more accurate for the Hebrew, is a literary device where the first letters of consecutive lines, verses, or stanzas spell out a word or the entire Hebrew alphabet in row. So in this case of Psalm 25, the first letter, right, of the verses go in the form of the Hebrew Aleph Beit, the alphabet, primarily used in the Brit HaYashana, what's called Old Testament or Tanakh poetry, such as the Psalms, Proverbs, and particularly Lamentation. These books have a lot of acrostic formation, though they are found elsewhere, but we have it especially here. For structure, for emphasis, as well as for memory aids. That means, like with this psalm here, if you remember the Hebrew 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, you'll be able to memorize. It can help you memorize the song, right? Famous examples within the Hebrew, they include Psalm 119. For example, Psalm 119 is a classic. Even in the translations, many translations, they would actually have, like the old KJV, some they have the Hebrew letter, a transliteration, what they think the sound of the letter is, and they would have it going through every 8 verses. If you go to Psalm 119, every 8 verses is a different level of Hebrew alphabet, Aleph Beit, in order, where 22 sections each start with a successive Hebrew letter. Aleph, Beit, Gimel, A, B, G. And also in Proverbs chapter 31, the Eshet Chayil. Eshet, the woman of Chayil, the woman of strength, the woman of ability, right? Eshet Chayil, often translated as the virtuous woman. Eshet Chayil, the strong woman. So the key characteristics: alphabetic structure, lines or stanzas follow the sequence of the Hebrew alphabet. Wow, look at this right here. Hallelujah. Look what they did. They actually put it right there. Psalm 25. That's what we have right here. We have Psalm 25, today's day. Psalm 34, Psalm 111, Psalm 119, Psalm 145. There's a few others, but this is good examples here. Completeness. The use of the entire alphabet, the Hebrew alphabet, right? It signifies a comprehensive treatment of a topic, like Hashem's law, like Elohim's law in Psalm 119, or the virtues, the strengths of the Eshet Chayil, of the virtuous woman, of the strong, the Hebrew woman of strength, of virtue in Proverbs 31. Also as a mnemonic device, the repetitive pattern helped with memorization and recitation in ancient times, as personal copies of scriptures were rare. In other words, today we can have books, copies, hard copies, PDF, all this kind of stuff. But back in the days, having a copy of a book, a whole scripture, that was wow. You know what I mean? That was very rare, so therefore there had to be other ways. Some say that this was one of the ways that helped ones to memorize and remember, important areas of scriptures, or areas of scripture that was important to them as well, right? Examples, as we mentioned, Psalm 119, the longest, with 8 verses per Hebrew letter. So some psalms have, like, every other verse, it changes the Hebrew letter. Sometimes they'll have the majority, maybe 20 to 21, maybe missing one letter. Some will be fully verse by verse, or some would have two lines, or have a space of lines. Here in Psalm 119, it's like every 8 verses begin off with a successive letter of the Hebrew Aleph Beit, 1 to 21 of the 22 in order. Proverbs chapter 31, verses 10 to verse 31, which is known to us as the virtuous woman, but also Hebraically the strong woman. The strong woman, the woman of virtue, the woman of ability, or the strong wife, the wife of virtue, the wife of ability, right? Each verse begins with the next letter of the Hebrew Aleph Beit, right? So y'all, especially I'll say the sons and daughters, get a read of the Proverbs. It's interesting because it turns upside down this false ancient, sexist view that some Western Gentiles project on the scripture. Because based on the rights that the virtuous woman exercises there, it took women in the West a long time. And still they're fighting for those rights that are right there You know, that all those virtues that the virtuous Hebrew woman expresses in the Eshet Chayil. That's Proverbs chapter 31, verses 10 to 31. And often in families so structured and organized, when they get together for the Shabbat meal, the woman of the house with the blessings, starting out the Shabbat before sundown, for sunlight down, and then at some point the king man of the house will recite my Proverbs chapter 31, verse 10 to verse 31. So imagine when you read through it for yourself and get an understanding of it, this was like the standard, the expectation of a woman, a Hebrew woman of virtue, right? A wife, a woman of virtue, right? Like I said, what those rights that seems the women were able to express then, women have been arguing, fighting, and doing all suffrage for them. Even to this day, there's a question whether they fully have those rights after so much. Lamentations, back to the point, the first four chapters use acrostic patterns. So if you read the book of Lamentation, the Eicha of Jeremiah, the first four chapters also use this Hebrew acrostic pattern. How it works, we're using Psalm 119 as an example because we're going to talk about acrostic, so forth and so on. It'll be good for one to understand what we mean by it. Because even these little things, you can start out with a couple of Hebrew letters, A, B, G, right? And then add three more, you know what I'm saying? And begin to, practice makes perfect. If nobody's perfecting it, people say there's nothing perfect because too much malpractice. Right? Good practice make good perfect. Stanza 1, the Aleph, verses 1 to 8, all starts, check this out, verses 1 to 8. In other words, 119 is almost like a perfect, so to speak, acrostic, right? According to Hebrew, Aleph Beit, called in English alphabet, right? Verses 1 to 8 all start with the Hebrew letter Aleph. Aleph, adding a little more emphasis, Aleph, right? Stanza 2, bite. It says Beth, but bite, right? Verses 9 to 16 all start with the Hebrew letter bite, the second letter of the Hebrew alphabet. This continues all through all 22 letters, 22 Hebrew letters, Ivrit letters, creating a structured and a memorable poem or composition about Yahweh's word, about Elohim's word, right there. So we just wanted to bring out the whole acrostic, right? What is an acrostic? And to zoom in on, there's all kinds of acrostics, but we're talking about in the Hebrew scripture context, right? So over here to the acrostic, right? Because this is a psalm right here that really helps us to kind of focus some interest on the Hebrew alphabet. We're just going to touch on a little bit. Also on prayer. What is prayer Hebraically, right? What prayer is, according to the Hebrew definition, is much more than what the Western Gentile idea of prayer, So the Western Gentile idea of prayer, go look up prayer. If you look up prayer, look up the etymology of prayer. We're going to give you the etymology of prayer Hebraically right here, right? While prayer in the Western Gentile sense is like begging uncontrollably and just asking and begging. It's like a lot. The etymological word is like begging. Praesis, praesis, right? Almost like precarious. While the Hebraic sense of it is self-analysis, mediation, right? Almost like self-judgment in a sense, but self-analysis based on Yahweh's word, based on Torah. That's why in Proverbs it says that whoever turns their ear away from hearing Torah, even their prayer will become abomination. It's like if one go to court and stands up and start talking, they tell you, hey, sit down, or they kick you out of court, or you're in contempt of court. You have to understand the rules of the court. And this is where the Torah comes in as well, right? Like some things, you could pray for anything to any other God, but you can't pray to the true God, some things. It's an order, right? So it's like, don't waste your time, in a sense. I mean, just don't be too harsh, but once you begin to understand that, it becomes much easier. But be that as it may, this psalm is based on an alphabetical acrostic, right? With divergence at 3 points. There's 3 points that it diverts from a perfect acrostic. 119 is a little more complete and perfect acrostic. 8 verses, 8 verses, 8 verses, 8 verses, going through the 22, right? And thereby we can even know the number of the psalm by just multiplying 8 times 22, right? We understand how many verses we have, right? With diversions, this psalm here, 25, at 3 different points. 2 of these so-called irregularities, get this, y'all, it also occurs in Psalm 34. So the interesting thing that we have in Psalm 25 is there's 3 places where it diverges from the Hebrew alphabet. You know what I mean? It kind of stutter steps at 3 places, and 2 of these irregularities, so to speak, they also occur in another Davidic psalm, and that's 34. That is a companion. So Psalm 34 is a companion to this psalm. In order, if you study the 2 psalms, you can see how they are linked together. But then if you study even the Hebrew pattern, talking about the divergence at the 3 points, you see even a deeper comparison of the companionship of these psalms. But the reason it can't be so easily stated. A lot of people, they give reasons, but it's not kind of easy to state or explain the full reason, although there's some interesting theories about the reason, right? Be that as it may, right here, just want to zoom in on this right here, this point about the Hebrew alphabet, right? This is basically just to bring forth a little point about the Hebrew alphabet. There's a little more that we can touch on right here, but we do have a new Torah portion, reading and feeding, right here. And it's where we have the 12. We have all of them now going down the family, right? The family down in Mitzrayim. So here we have the Exodus, right? The book of Exodus. Here we begin off in this new Western Gentile year. Here we begin off with the book of Exodus. Let's see, do we have the Exodus right here? Let's see, here we go. There we go. With the Exodus. Yeah, with the Exodus. So picking up right here. Let's see if we have the Hebrew first words on this Exodus, this second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Shemot. So in the Hebrew, we know the book as Shemot. Shema Yisrael. Shemot, the names.
Shalom, Chaverim, Shalom. Hebrew first words here for this 13th Rastafari sabbatical study here for this Shabbat strong here as we begin the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Exodus. Second book of Moses called Exodus here for the Hebrew first words for this 13th Rastafari sabbatical, this Torah portion, this reading and feeding the manna. Who? What is it? What is he? What's in this Torah portion right here? Here. Shema Yisrael Gevir, here for the Hebrew first words right here, as we pick up with the first chapter of the first verse, chapter 1, verse 1, second book of Moses, Hebrew book called Exodus, Hebrew first words for Shemot. We'el Shemot, Bnei Yisrael, Habaim, Mitzrayim, Et Yaakov Isha Veto Bau Israel in Egypt, in Mitzrayim. Now these with the names with Shemot. Now these the names of the children of Israel. With Shemota b'nei Yisrael, who came into Egypt, Habaim Mitzrayim. Every man and his household came with Jacob, with Yaakov. Eita Yaakov ish veto ba'u. Hebrew first words here for the second book of Moses, of Moshe, the the Hebrew book that is called Genesis. Shemot, Shemot, Hebrew. First words here. With Eile Shemot. Bnei Yisrael habayim mitzrayim et Yaakov ishau veto ba'u. Now these, the names, with Eile Shemot. Now these, the Shemot, with Eile Shemot, of the children, the sons of Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael, who came habayim into Egypt. Habayim Mitzrayim. Every man and his household came with Yaakov. Eit Yaakov ishau veto ba'u. Hebrew first words here. For the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Exodus, Hebrew first words, Shemot, the names.
Yes. The names. So let's get into first and second alio below dubwise right here. First commandment, put it on. I Roy.
Thou shalt love no other God except the Lord thy God. Understand that, right? You know that. Thou shalt love no other God except the Lord thy God. Understand that, right? You know that. Words of wisdom from the wise brothers, I would say. Feel like jumping. I see right now, I feel like jumping. And I feel like jumping. And I feel like jumping. I see you running down the corner and you're bragging and you boast. You're looking down the barrel of the magnum force like jumping. Like jumping, young, anytime, anywhere, I'm gonna put it on. It's wheeling.
Yes. So here, Bereshith, first book, here we're in Shemot, second book right here. We have Vayikra, or some say Vayikra, Leviticus, third. And we have Bamidbar in the wilderness, known as Numbers, and Devarim, the words called Deuteronomy. Touched on that briefly. Mishneh HaTorah, the repetition of the Torah. So here for the Torah, right here we're in the second book here. Shemot, meaning the names. Just a little teachable moment here before we get up into the Aliyah right here. So Shemot here is the plural of Shem, right? Or someone says Shem, right? Shem, the name, right? Shemot is names. So Ve'ele Shemot B'nei Yisrael. And these are names of the sons of Israel, Habayim, from Bo, Haba, to come, Habayim, the comers, Habayim, Mitzrayim, that enter into, like to come into, enter into, Habayim, Mitzrayim, Egypt, Mitzrayimah is like saying, like if you're going towards, like one went to a place. Mitzrayimah has a directional sense to at the end. So saying that these are the names of the sons, the bens, the b'nei, the sons of, right? Yisrael, speaking of the patriarch, the higher name of the patriarch, the God-given name of the patriarch, Habayim, that came Mitzrayim, that entered into Egypt. Eight, the sons of, like, with, right? Yaakov, right? 8 Yaakov, with Jacob, right? 8 Yaakov, Ish. So here it says Ish. Here's the Ish, not Ish, but Ish, Hebrew, Ish, not English Ish, Hebrew Ish. 8 Yaakov, Ish, Ubeito, Ish, man of stature, man of standing, man of responsibility. So remember, there's like 4 words, at least in Hebrew, for man. You know, there's Adam, there is Ish, there is Geber, there is Enosh, right? But here it uses the word Ish. Et Yaakov Ish, man, right? Ubeito, and his what? And his Bayit. Remember the second letter of the Hebrew alphabet? Bait, right? Bait, contracted from Bayit, contracted sound, Bait. Bayit, saying it long. It's like a chord, like you're playing music, you play the chord long, Bayit. You tighten up the chord, bite. Bayit, bait. Right? Here, house. Right? House. Right? So house right here. Ish ubeito, Jacob, man and his house. So they came with, right? These are the names of the children of Israel who entered into Mitzrayim with Yaakov, Ish, man, ubeito, and his house, Ba'u, they came in, they entered in. So here's the key word right here from the Hebrew right here. And let's break it down here, the KJV, right? So this is the open word. These are the names. So Hebraically, the book is known as Shemot, singular Shem, right? Shem, name, Shemot, names. Now these were Ele, right? These are the Shemot of the Bnei Yisrael that came into Mitzrayim. Every man, don't say every man, don't even say every man, but it says man and his household, right? Man and his household, right? Came with Yaakov. Interesting that even here it has Jacob. We can say like the higher man, Yisrael, right? So here we have the Yisrael, right? The God-given name, the higher name, you know, and then the natural man, Yaakov, right? Both in one verse. We touched on that previously within Bereshit because it comes up in many verses and it should spark a little bit of curiosity. Why did the writer say right here in one verse it has Yisrael, right? The children of Yisrael, right? That came, that entered into Mitzrayim, right? Ishu Beito, right? Man and his household, right? Came with Yaakov, came with Jacob, right? Came with Jacob. So right here. So here, let's touch on this right here. So here, where are we at right here? Here we are at this Torah reading and feeding, and here going to the LOJS, right, for the disciples, right, fellow co-laborers and disciples. Here, the red, you see the red right there? This is the 13th sabbatical study. Let's click on the page, get a basic overview. So this Torah reading and feeding, beginning off the second book, we begin at the 13th. Right, with the 13th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. So here with Bereshit, Genesis, sealed up at the 12th. And then we cross over here into the second book. We begin with the 13th. Right? What a good number. Right? The 13, right? This Torah reading and feeding right here, right? This Torah portion number 13. Interesting of an interest, just a little interest. We talk about Afro-Shemitics, the Afro-Asiatics, the Afro-Shemitics of it all. We have the Hebrew Afro-Shemitically. We have the world Amharic for the Son and the Goose and the Guest, the language of the King of Kings of Ethiopia. And here we have Shemot in the Torah, right? Hebrew Shemot names. And Bamarinya in the Metzaf Kedus, the Book of the Seven Seals, Revelation 5:5, Bible says Simoch. See, tomato, so to speak. Shemot, Hebrew, Shemot. So in Hebrew, we say Shem, right? The Shem, right? Shem is name. In Amharic, we say Sim, right? It kind of reminds me when people talk about SIM card, right? A SIM card. So we have Sim, right? So this is what we hear people say semantics and Semitic and Sem. We have that sense. So we have one syllabated, the Hebrew, Shemot, and then in the Royal Amharic, unsyllabated, Simoch. So you can see there's a basic similarity of structure, right? These are related language from the same roots, right? And part of the same roots and culture. So right here, Shemot, the Hebrew, corresponding to the royal Amharic of the Metzaf Kedus, the Book of the Seven Seals of the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, elect of God, Kedmah Haile Selassie, we have Simoch, Shemot, Semoch. Right? So here we go. Names. Both of them referring to the names. These are the names. Right? So here, picking up here at the second day, moving into the third day. Shavua Tov, you all a good Shavua. Right? May it be blessed, and may be favorable in the way, the truth, and the life of the King of Kings Christ, of Yeshua HaMoshiach. Baruch Hashem. So here we have the Torah reading and feeding here, Exodus chapter 1, picking up verse 1 to chapter 6, verse 1, right? So the first aliyah, so often to 7 aliyot on the Shabbat day, right? This is read all together in the congregation. But during the Shavua, we like to preach and practice a chapter a day, right? A chapter a day. So here at the second day, let's say the first two readings, right? First two readings, not actually fully a chapter, but it is topically connected. You know what I mean? Because if you read a chapter a day is good, but sometimes one chapter might go into the point, might continue in the next chapter. It can happen that way. So the good thing about the Torah reading and feeding is that each aliyah kind of contains certain points in it, right? It kind of gives you like an episode, like you see a scene. You know what I mean? You can put it in better context like that from the Torah study like this, right? So Exodus chapter 1, the first reading, the first aliyah, say the first day, right? The Sunday, first day, Yom HaRishon. By the time you get to the second day, the Monday, Yom HaSheni, the second reading coming up for the third day, Yom HaShalishi, and so forth and so on, the third reading. So here we're going to touch on at least these two, 1.1, 1.2, Exodus chapter 1, verses 1 to 17. And let's ask the question at the outset. Hopefully the brothers and sisters, fellow, Talmudim studying the Torah right here with I and I, get your copy books as well, And the beautiful thing is one doesn't have to always go to to fully bottom it out, go to so deep, but even just getting a basic overview, right, of what the content of the Torah portion, and of course, there's certain questions that may come up, noted in your copybook, right? Definitely would like to, the technology has caught up with us, actually has gone ahead of us a little bit. But, as we already kind of vision being able to do some of these things that we're able to do with the technology, and now it's like we're trying to catch up, right? But the first reading, right, Exodus chapter 1, verses 1 to 17. The second reading, Exodus chapter 1, picking up where we left off from the first reading, Exodus chapter 1, verse 18 to chapter 2, verse 10. Third reading, right, and so forth and so on. Once you can get the full at lojs.org on this Torah reading, this week's Torah reading on the archives. And then we come up all the way here to the seventh reading. Then we also have the prophets reading here, the Haftarah, prophets reading. Yeshaya, Isaiah, chapter 27, focus verses 6 to chapter 28, verse 13. And chapter 29, focus verses 22 to 23. Often the prophets reading, what we call Hebraically, Judaically, the Haftarah, usually reflects some of the main point, right, of what we have in the groundation in the Torah, right? The Brit Chadasha, likewise, right? The Brit Chadasha reading, right? The New Covenant reading, there's a lot that we can point to that is reflected in the New Testament, but this is kind of what we have chosen right here. But sometimes there are other verses. So you might find, from the Torah and the prophets reading, I think this area of the NT, the New Testament, Brit Chadash, is more appropriate. Let's share that as well, right? Let's share that as well. The Brit Chadash, New Testament reading, Acts of the Apostles, chapter 7, focus verses 17 to 35, and 1 Corinthians, chapter 14, verses 18 to 25. In the New Covenant reading right here, New Testament, New Covenant reading. A brief overview. Let's go through a brief overview right here, right? A brief overview. Let's see if we can do that right there. Yeah, that finger there. It's a finger. It's behind the scenes, but I know it showed up like that. So we just point to Torah right there. Keep it on Torah. Exodus chapter 1 is the intro. The intro. The first words that we just touch on, that intro. Introducing the Bnei Yisrael who went down into Mitzrayim, right? And they came in with the patriarch Yaakov, the patriarch Jacob. Introduction, right? Get to verse 8, right? First chapter. The Israelites, the note here says the Israelites are oppressed, or the Hebrews, right? The people of the Bnei Israel, the people of the sons of Israel, the Hebrews are down pressed, right? And the Israelites are targeted. Get to chapter 2, Exodus, birth and youth of Moshe or Moses, right? Verse 11, Moshe, he flees to Midian. Check that out. We get into Exodus. By the time we get to chapter 2, verse 11, Moses is already 40 years, right? He's jetting out, right? Because of a charge. Some say a murder charge. Was it murder or was it self-defense? Exodus chapter 3, verse 1. Don't we Hebrews have a right to defend ourselves? Moshe at the burning bush, the burning thorn bush, yeah? Chapter 3, verse 13, the divine name, the Hashem, the name, the Hashem, the Shemot, names, Hashem, the divine name, the Hashem revealed, right? Exodus chapter 4, verse 1, Moshe's miraculous power. And 18, verse 18, Moshe, he returns to Mitzrayim. He returns to the Tawi, to the two lands. Exodus 5 and 1, bricks, right? Stacking bricks. The Israelites had to stack bricks. Ain't nothing new under the sun, right? But this time they had to stack bricks without straw. It almost kind of remind me like what's going on for a lot of this politics, the government. Sometimes there used to be certain things that would help support. Now they want you to, make those bricks, but they're not providing no straw. Ain't that the horror? I mean, ain't that the way? Right? Exodus chapter 6, verse 1, Israel's deliverance, the beta Israel's deliverance assured. Right? The beta Israel's deliverance assured. Right? So when you see people going around saying, God brought the Jews out of Egypt. You are lying. You are lying. It doesn't say the Jews. Even at best, Judah is one tribe. But he brought the Hebrews, right? He brought the Hebrews. He brought the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the house of Israel. Not just one tribe, right? Even a tribe that is so great. The Lion of Judah, but he brought the children of Israel out of Egypt. Like, some we go over and look at other pages and like, these guys, they really do this. They say, he delivered the Jews. He saved all the Jews. So it's only all the Jews. So all the Israelites are Jews now? I mean, like, what the, you know what I'm saying? Let's keep the narrative in context. But speaking about Judah, if you want to talk about Judah, Yehuda, right? We have the Isaiah reading, Yeshaya, Isaiah 26 and 1. We have Judah's song of victory. Judah's song of victory. Yes. And next chapter, Israel's redemption, right? Israel's redemption. Then in chapter 28, judgment on corrupt rulers, priests, and prophets. This is interesting. It reminds me of the New Testament where Peter, Kepha, he says, don't think of anything strange thing, but judgment must first come to the house, right, of God. In other words, like judgment has to happen amongst us first. We talk about, look what the heathen, the Gentiles, the nation did to us. Yeah, but first we have to get right. You know what I mean? We have to get in proper standing. So here it speaks in chapter 28 that judgment on corrupt rulers, along with the rulers, priests, and prophets. This is speaking about judgment basically on Yisrael. Right? Yeah. Judgment was first. Right? So it might seem like, hey, we went through so much. Why are we still going through this judgment? Because we got to get right in order for judgment to, in order for Father to fulfill, right, that judgment against the others. I remember he even raised them up because we were just so out of line. He chastised us with the hands of men, men and people, even men and people that was not worth shite, right? Because we had fallen to such a level. You know what I'm saying? So Shemot right here is both the title for the second book of the scroll, from the scroll, right, of the Torah, and the title of the first Torah portion therein. So here we now have our second TPV. You can download it for free, get a hard copy. What we try to use in discipleship as a point of reference, for us to, okay, this is what those before us thought of these things. This is the evidence in Torah, or this is there no evidence. What do we think about it? Sharpen our swords right here, right? We do have to catch up, right? Shemot means names. Shem, name, Shemot, names. The English speaking world calls this book Exodus. The English speaking world calls this book what? It calls this book Exodus, right? Exodus, right? Exodus. So here, this is the name that it calls this book Exodus. But Hebraically, the name of the book is Shemot. The Hebrew title for the book, it comes from the opening phrase, right, of the book. And these were Eleh, right? And these are the Shemot. These are the names of the Bnei Yisrael, of the sons, directly the sons, the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Yisrael, aka Yaakov, the sons of Israel, who came to Mitzrayim, to the Tawi, who entered into the Tawi with Yaakov, with Jacob, the patriarch. So now the English name, where do we get this English name Exodus? Right? The English name Exodus, it comes from the Septuagint, right? But wait, I thought they translated from Hebrew. But anyway, the Septuagint, LXX, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. The Greek title, or the Koine Greek title for the book is Aegyptu, right? Is Aegyptu, right? Is Aegyptu, which translates as departure from Egypt. I think they got this wrong right here. No, I'm looking at this. No, Aegyptu means Egypt. What's his exoduso, something like that. Exoduso, something like that, right? Departure from Mitzrayim, departure from Egypt. The name Exodus is an abbreviated form of the title, right? Exodus basically means departure, right? Exit, like you exit, you make your exit, you get out of there. The book of Exodus tells the narrative, the story of the sons of Israel, aka the children of Israel. Some say enslaved, but let's stick to what the Torah says. People like to superimpose this slavery thing everywhere. But the Torah actually says in bondage, right? In bondage in Mitzrayim. So we should not confuse, right, the first with the latter, right? And their miraculous redemption through the hand of Moshe. The story, the narrative of the giving of the Torah, the giving of the direction instructions at Har Sinai, at Mount Sinai, as well as the malpractice of the molten calf that's falsely called the golden calf. Did you know there's no such thing as golden calf in the scripture itself? It refers to the calf as the molten calf. Yes, it had some gold in it, but it's a molten calf. It's interesting that in Christianity and religionism, they use a lot of words, that are not really there when we read the book. We talk about the golden calf, we talk about the molten calf. And I say that because people think they know what the golden calf is, but why does it call it the molten calf? And also, right, after that, right, at that point with the molten calf, falsely called the golden calf, they had come into covenant and then they had broke the covenant and then the covenant was renewed. So this sense of new covenant, the principle of renewing a covenant, is even there in this book, Exodus. And with this renewal of the covenant, we then get the construction of the sanctuary called the tabernacle, right? Now, as we study the first week, the first Shabuah right here, the first 7 days, the first strong Shabuah week reading, from the book of Exodus, or the Sefer Shemot, the book of the names, we find the Bnei Yisrael in bondage. AKA, people say slavery, but more correctly in bondage, right? Because see, bondage, it brings out a different sense that we lose when we focus on slavery, right? Because actually, the word slavery doesn't even appear in the Bible. It doesn't. The word is the term. People say, well, it's the same thing. No, it's not. See, that's how they trick trap you when they say that, right? It may be similar, right? But it's not the same, right? It seems at first, right, that the Elohim of their forefathers, speaking of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, the Elohim of their forefathers, it seemed to them had forgotten them. Remember, they were there for 430 years. Now, I know the theory, some of y'all might say, well, it's only 215 years. Some people propose the theory that it was 215 years over here, like in the land of Canaan, and there was 215 years, right, or in Egypt, and therefore that's the 430. We've looked at that, but we see evidence to the contrary that it was actually the 430 years. But we can entertain a reasoning if one has some strong evidence. We like to look at it. But Elohim did not forget the Elohim of their fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, right? The Elohim of the Hebrew Trinity had not forgotten his yea, his amen, what he said, right? He remembers his promises to Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, because he's the Elohim of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, right? The Elohim of the living, not the Elohim of the dead, right? And he brings a redeemer to their children's children. In fact, this is also part of the Hebraic Judaic liturgy when we say that he will bring a redeemer, right, to their children's children, to their sons, for the sake of Shemot. For the sake of what? For the sake of his name, right? With chesed, with loving kindness. So here, portion commentary, ordinary life. 2 points we'll make right here. Thought for this Shabua here is ordinary life, where bondage and that condition had become ordinary. It's like even we, after 400 years, something has become ordinary, right? But yet it's not really ordinary life, right? Something is wrong there, right? Something needs to change. Then we have the midot u mitzvot, right? Midot u mitzvot, right? And let's bring this on the screen, right? Midot, character, generally speaking, can be translated as character and deeds, though directly midot u mitzvot would be measures and commands, measures and commands, character, the measurements, right? There's a principle that Yahweh, he judges measure for measure, right? We have that in one of the Psalms and elsewhere in the scriptures. With a kind person, he'll be kind. A merciful person will be merciful. You know, with a slick person, he might even be tricky, so to speak, right? Measure for measure. Mida keneged mida. So midot brings out the sense of the measure, the character. What's the measure of the man? The character of the man. Mitzvot, and the commands, the imperative to say what deeds does he do, right? But here we have a section here in the character and deeds for this Torah portion of the golden handcuffs. Some people might say, well, they are made out of gold, but they're still handcuffs. Even if they're golden, they still got you someplace that you probably should not be. But here, let's touch on the first two right here, first 2 aliyot right here. Shema Yisrael, hear, O Israel, Shema, Shema, hear.
והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום לבביך, ושיננת לבניך, ודיברת בם, בשבתך בביתך, ולכתך בדרך, ובשכבך ובקומך, וכתבת מאוד על ידיך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות, ביתך ובשעריך.
Know of a surety that thy seed will be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they shall enslave and oppress them for 400 years, in the fourth and in the last generation. Yes, you shall journey into captivity a second time in ships, because you have rejected his instructions.
Give thanks, Malka Makeda, Queen Makeda, and Melech Malachiah Sedek. Right there, that was Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, the Shema Yisrael, the full of full. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4 to verse 9, right there, plus Genesis chapter, reference to Genesis chapter 15 concerning the 400 years. Shemot right here.
Yisrael, Abba Yisrael, Abba Yisrael, Abba Yisrael, Shema Yisrael, Shema Yisrael, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
So right here, the first two aliyot right here, first two readings, first and second reading right here. Shema Yisrael, here.
Here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Rishon, Ali, here for the first of offering up, first reading here. Here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Rishon, Ali, here for the first of offering up, first reading here. From the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called in English Exodus and known in the Hebrew as Shemot, here for the Rishon, Aliyah, here for this Shabbat, Shemot, Sabbath, the name, Beshem Ha'av, here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Rishon, Ali, here for the first of offering up, first reading here. Here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Rishon, Ali, here for the first of offering up, first reading here. From the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called in English Exodus and known in the Hebrew as Shemot, here for the Rishon, Aliyah, here for this Shabbat, Shemot, Sabbath, the name, Beshem Ha'ab, Ve'Habein, Ve'Ruach HaKadosh Yahuwah Echad. Ve'ele Shemot, Bnei Yisrael Habayim, Mitzrayim Ha'et Yaakov Yishau Heto, Ba'u. Israel in Mitzrayim, Israel in Egypt. Now these, Ve'ele. Now these, the names, Ve'ele Shemot. Now these, the names of the children, the sons of Yisrael. Ve'ele Shemota B'nei Yisrael, who came into Egypt. Habayim Mitzrayim. Every man and his household came with Jacob, came with Yaakov. Eit Yaakov ish uveto ba'u. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Yehuda and Judah, Yissachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Yaakov, Jacob, were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Mitzrayim, in Egypt, Dubitz. already. And Yosef and Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. The Egyptian bondage in Mitzrayim, bondage in Kemet, in Gilitz, in Egypt, verse 7. And the children of Yisrael were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied and waxed mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king, a new Melech, a Molech over Mitzrayim, over Egypt, who knew not Joseph. And he said to his people, behold, the people of the children of the sons of Yisrael, more and mightier than we. Come on, make us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also to our enemies and fight against us. And so get them up out of the land. Now there arose a new king, a new Melech, a Molech over Egypt. Wayakam Meleka Chadash al Mitzrayim, Asher lo yada'a eta Yosef, who knew not Joseph. Asher lo yada'a eta Yosef. Wayomer, and he said, El Amo, to his people, Hine Alma b'nei Yisrael Rav, behold, the people of the children of the sons of Yisrael are too many. Hine Alma b'nei Yisrael Rav, ve'atzuma mimenu, and too mighty for us. Ve'atzuma mimenu. Come, come, let us deal wisely with them. Hava, nita hakma lau, pena yirlebe, we haya kia tikareina milchama, we nosafa gamohu, Allah sonenu, we nilchama banu, we Allah min haaretz. Come. Make us deal wisely. Let us deal wisely with them. Hava nita hakma lau, lest they multiply. Pena yerebeh, and it come to pass wehaya, that when there befalleth us any war, with haya kia tikareina milchama, they also join themselves to our enemies. With nosaf gamhu Allah sonenu, and fight against us. With nilchama banu, and get them up out of the land. With Allah min haaretz. Therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh, for the great house, Pharaoh, treasure cities, Pithom and Ramesses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. And they were grieved because of the Bnei Yisrael. They were grieved because of the sons of Yisrael. And the Mitzrayim, the Egyptians, made the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Yisrael, to serve with rigor. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick and in all manner of service in the field. All their service wherein they made them serve with rigor. And the Molech of Mitzrayim and the king of Mitzrayim spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of the one, Shifra, and the name of the other, Puah. And he said, when y'all do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew woman, and see upon the stools, if it a son, then y'all shall kill him. But if it a daughter, then shall she live, then she shall live. And he said, Wayomer, eta ha-ivariota. And he said, when y'all do the office of the midwife. Vayomer bib yaled deken etta ha'ivariota to the Hebrew woman etta ha'ivariot ua reiten Allah ha'avanaim, ye all shall look upon the birth stool. Re'iten Allah ha'avanaim, im bainahu, if it be a son, im bainahu, if it be a son, Wa ha miteno oto, then ye and y'all shall kill him. Wa ha miten oto, then y'all shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, Wehim batahi, but if it be a daughter, wehim batahia, wa chaya, then she shall live. But the midwives feared, respected. But the midwives respected Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God. Watia reina hamayaldota eta ha-Elohim, and did not as the Molech, as the king of Mitzrayim commanded them, but save the men, children alive. Watia reina hamayaldota eta ha-Elohim, will law also ka'asher dibera eleihen melech Mitzrayim wata hayayena eta hayaladim. But the midwives feared Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God, the true Trinity is the Hebrew Trinity. Ha-Elohim. They respected Ha-Elohim. Watiyareina hamayaldota eta Ha-Elohim, and did not with law also as the king, the Molech of Mitzrayim, Kashara dibera eleya henna melech Mitzrayim, commanded them, but save the men, the male children alive. Awata chayayena eta hayaladim. And here, Shema Yisrael. Here for the Sheni Aliyah, for this Shabbat Shemot, the Sheni Aliyah, here picking up the second book of Moses, called Exodus chapter 1, here at verse 18, for the Sheni Aliyah, for the second reading, the second up offering, here for this Shabbat, Shemot, Sabbath, the names. Wayikra meleka Mitzrayim, lama yaldota, waya yomera lahen, Madua sihen hadavara hazeh. Wata hayayena eta hayaladim. And the Molech, the king of Egypt, the Molech Mitzrayim, and the king of Egypt called for the midwives and said to them, why have y'all done this thing, and have saved the men, children alive? Wayikra melech Mitzrayim. And the king of Egypt called Lama Yaldot for the midwives. Wayomer, and said Lahen to them, Madua siten hadavara hazeh. Why have you all done this thing? Madua siten hadavara hazeh. Wata hayena eta hayaladim. And have saved the men, the male children, alive. And the midwives said to Pharaoh, because the Hebrew woman, not as the Mitzrayim woman, the Egyptian woman, for they lively and are delivered ere the midwives come in to them. And the midwives said, Wa tomar na. Wa tomar na ha me yaldota illa Paro. And the midwives said to Paro, Kilo kana shim ha mitza riot ha ibriot ki chayota henna bit rema tavo elehen hama yaledeta with yaladu. Because the Hebrew women are not as the Mitzrayim women, for they are lively, kia, chayota, henna, and are delivered heir before the midwives come to them. Therefore Elohim dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God, the true Trinity is the Hebrew Trinity, that he made them houses. And Paro and Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born ye y'all shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye y'all shall save alive. Wa'atzava Paro li kol amor lemor. And Paro, the great house, charged all his people, Wa'atzava Paro li kol amor lemor, saying, Kol ha-bein hayiloda hayaora tashali kuhu wi kol habat tichayun. Every son that is born, y'all shall cast into the river, 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 the river. Kol ha-bein hayayilod hayaora tashalichuhu. And every daughter y'all shall save alive. We call habat, we call habat te chayun. And here, Shema Yisrael, here. Second book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Exodus, chapter 2, the preparation of a deliverer, an deliverer, the birth of Moshe, the birth of Musa, the birth of Moses. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took to wife a daughter of Levi, of Levi. And the woman conceived and bare a son, a Ben. And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could no longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein. And she laid in the flags by the river's brink. And his sister stood afar off to wit what would be done to him. And the daughter of Paro, the daughter of Pharaoh, the great house, came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the river's side. And when she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him, and said, this of the Hebrews, children. And she had compassion on him. Wa tifatach, wa tiraehu eta hayeled. And she opened it and saw it, even the child. With hine naara boke. And behold, behold, a boy that wept. With hine naara boke. And behold, a boy that wept. And she had compassion on him. Watachmol alayu. Watomer, and she said, Miyaldeya ha Ibrim zeh. This is one of the Hebrews' children. Miyaldeya ha Ivrim zeh. This is one of the ha Ivrim, the Hebrews' children. Then said his sister to Paro, Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and call to thee a nurse of the Hebrew woman, that she may nurse the child, for thee, Watomer choto wa illa bata Paro. Then said his sister, Watomer choto, to Pharaoh's daughter, illa bata Paro. Hi lech. Shall I go? Hi lech. Shall I go? With arati alach isha meya neketa mina ha ivariota. Shall I go and call thee a nurse of the Hebrew woman? That she may nurse the child for thee, I. And Paro's daughter and Pharaoh's daughter said to her, and Pharaoh's daughter said to her, go. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Leki, go. And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, take this child away and nurse it for me, nurse it for I, and I will give thy wages. And the woman took the child and nursed it. Watomer laha bata Paro. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Watomer laha bata Paro, Heya likiya eta hayeleda hazeh. Take this child away. With heya nikehu li, and nurse it for me. Wa ani etena eta se karek, and I will give thee thy wages. And the woman took the child and nursed it. Wa tikacha ha isha ha yeleda wata nikehu, and nursed it and nursed him. And the child grew, and she brought him to Paro's daughter, to Pharaoh's daughter, the daughter of Pharaoh, the great house, and he became her son. And she called his name Moses. And she said, because I drew him out of the water. Waya yigdala hayeled. And the child grew. Wayigdala hayeled, and the child became big. Wayigdala hayeled. Wata biehu ale wata Paro. And she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter. Wata biehu ale wata Paro. Wayehi alaha levain. And he became her son. And he became her son. Wayehi alaha levain. Watikra Shemo Moshe, and she called his name Moshe. Watikra Shemo Moshe, and she called his name Moshe. Watomeraki mina hamayima mishiatihu, because I drew him out of the water. Watomer, and she said, Ki min hamayim mishitihu, because I drew him out of the water.
Yes. So right there. You see, even the Hebrew, the root sense of Moshe, also comparatively with the linguistics. Yes, he was drawn out of the waters, right here, out of the, let's do this right here, the waters. So here, just that last part right there on the Moshe and Moshe's name right here being brought out in this verse here. Let's do this right here. Here where it says, Watomer, and she said, Ki, because Ki, min hamayim, because min hamayim, because mean from or out of, Ki, because mean from, hamayim, from out of the waters, actually, out of the waters, right? Mishitehu, I drew him out. So we have Mishatehu from Masha. So Hebraically, to draw out, Masha, literally to pull out, whether literally or figuratively. It's kind of interesting because even they say the word like education, right? This whole idea of education actually was meant to draw out, like drawing out, not just putting stuff in, but really seeking to draw out. So right here, the name Moshe connected here. We have Moshe. Let's bring up the name Moshe, out of the waters, Moshe. Moshe drawn, one who is drawn, Moshe, right? Moshe drawing out, a sense of rescuing, but then from the root sense, Mishitehu, Masha, to draw out, because he's drawn out. So already here in this Torah reading and feeding, right, we have Moshe's introduced right here. Let's just segue with the time that we have to the song. There's some more on this, plus to pick up on for continuity purposes. Like, notice we end off with Joseph passing after his father Jacob, and then we pick up here in the second book with Yisrael, the sons of Israel, who came in with the patriarch Jacob. A couple of verses later on, a new Sutanbiti, new ruler, king, Melech. We say Molech, the one that want to kill us and sacrifice the sons is the Molech. But be that as it may, a new Melech of Mitzrayim rose up that did not know. Notice the key words. He did not know. What does that mean? That he know that there was Joseph. People say, well, how come you can't find this and that? How come you can't find so much of Pharaoh's daughter? I mean, now they found much more because they was able to look in places, that, in fact, Hatshepsut, we got a whole reasoning on the Hatshepsut, right? Hatshepsut. It's interesting that her brother destroyed so much of her stuff. Was it because she was a woman, right? Was it just because of that, or was she that woman, right? Was she that particular woman? But right here, little segue right here for picking up on this Psalm 25 that has this theme prayer right here. Exodus.
6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest.
Come again.
6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest.
They didn't hear. Come again.
6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast. So right now, black man, I'm going to put you to the test. Whether you're from the east or from the west. Here comes the musical sound. You got to digest the sounds and call it Exodus. Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John, and Exodus, and Leviticus, and Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, and Ruth. Right now, I step forward to tell you the truth. Come forward, youths. Say Exodus, yo. Exodus, yo, no. Exodus, down a jump, yo. Exodus. Movements of your people. Exodus. I see the movements of your people. Stab you in the back, yeah. Some will pick up top, yeah. And some will stab you in the back. And some will pick up top, yeah. Exodus. Exodus, Leviticus, and the Joshua, Judges book. They want to face you with the truth, y'all. Tribulation and the God, we wanna change the plan for Exodus. Think the bosses think we dance and never make a fuss. We want the Exodus. When I see you rockin', I do the roots rock reggae now. I see you rockin', your children do the roots rock reggae now. For kick off your stocking, yo, I do the roots rock reggae now. I kick off your stocking, I shop the roots rock reggae now. Stabbing in the back, someone rock it on the truck, yo. Someone jamming in the back, someone rock it on the truck, yo. Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, judge with justice root. I can't kill you, youth, you got to come to truth. About the Exodus, yeah. Movement of fire now, people in this your time. Disciples of Jacob Farmer. Got to live and learn how man you be born. For it's my turn, you got to live and learn to sing in Exodus. Cross over the bridge, you got to cross over the bridge. You got to step forward like you never do before. You got to dilly-dally, keep on coming through the door. This your Exodus, yeah. Then I see you jamming, I coulda see you running, I coulda see you rocking. Little girl a kick off, she's talking, yo. Rocking to the Exodus. So let me hear the war now, yo. Rocking to the war now, yo. Rocking to the war now, yo. Rocking to the wall, walking down. Rocking to the roots, rock reggae now. So make the roots rock reggae now. See you rocking roots, rock reggae now. See you blowing up my head now.
Ship Radio.
Come be a part of.
All right, and with Jake, Line Juice Society,
Where Hebrew feels like home.
All right, so right there in the first two audios, some interesting themes. There's Shifra and Pua, the handmaids, calling for the handmaids. It's an English series that by that same name right there. But let's just show you something right here. Let's just do like this. It's the easiest way to get to it right here. Let's get to this meme right here. Let's just scroll through this here. Right, some of the themes. Historical, biblical, extra biblical, right? Factual, real, right? Here we go right here. It's this one right over here. There we go. Let's back it up right there. Now, you heard that tune right there, Iroy, Exodus, Exodus, Iroy, the great Iroy right there. It says, I'll stab you in the back. Let me pick up that, something like that, right? But to stab you in the back, Tutmos III, it wasn't Ramesses. Some people say, it's Ramesses, because look, in Exodus we find Ramesses, so it must have happened during the time of one named Ramesses. But then we see back in Genesis, we have Ramesses there as well. So what are they saying right there? But Tutmos, did he stab Hatshepsut, Pharaoh's daughter? So yeah, we say that the likeliest candidate, right, for Pharaoh's daughter is Hatshepsut. So what you're seeing right there is images of Hatshepsut were erased. I mean, who would do that? I mean, see now, it's either two propositions, right? Either we say that when ancient Mitzrayim, they had a regard for the woman and the divine feminine, and therefore, there was this woman ruler, right? We have Hatshepsut, right? But it's interesting because only archaeology that has recovered it. It seems as though much of it was destroyed, not in later times, but in earlier times and towards the times of when these incidents happened. So why would Tutmos III, some call him the Napoleon of ancient Egypt, which is kind of funny in a sense. You know what I mean? Like they don't really say Napoleon is a Tutmos the third. People say, who is Tutmos the third? Right? Well, Tutmos the third, we see him as the pharaoh of the Exodus, right? And we showed some of a point of reference, that we're going to use. Some of our own independent study had landed on Tutmos in this particular 18th dynasty. And then now with social media, people doing their studies, sharing it, we have this from the Bible CA, both from the information there as well as our own independent information, both zooms in on this particular information. And also we bring forward some powerful, how can you say, art and facts. So there we see the images of Hatshepsut. We say here the nominal daughter of Pharaoh, right? Pharaoh, the Perah, the great house. Why was her things erased like that? So either we say that, well, Tutmos the third, he went against his, she was like his stepmother. They had these interesting relationships. The stepmother was like his stepmother, his aunt, kind of like his stepmother. Like, why would he do this against his stepmother who was ruling until he came of age? Because interesting, the daughter of Pharaoh, she just disappears. She has a big scene there, right, during the time of Moshe, and then she just kind of disappears later on. All right. So here, this meme says, this infographic says, images of Hatshepsut, we say the nominal daughter of Pharaoh, are erased after Exodus in retaliation for adopting Moshe, in retaliation for adopting Moses. Now, a lot of this wasn't really found. In fact, if you studied the whole discovery of Hatshepsut in the early days of archaeology, in ancient Egypt, there was rumors, but they didn't really find anything. They had these different rumors, but they didn't find anything. And then they found that there were these stones that Hatshepsut had used during her time of reign, for building monuments and for her own, you could say, pharaonic promotion and everything. That when her kind of brother, stepson, aunt, nephew, when he came to the throne, right, he basically tore down a lot of the things. And you can see right there, I don't know if you can see, there's like people there, but they kind of erased out. They kind of erased out right there. Now, so it's either that they were sexist against women ruling, and a lot of the Egyptian archaeologists and scholars will say, no, they were pretty much people call liberal, or so to speak, concerning, the divine and the feminine and the woman ruling, though there were still certain, I can say, social rules and conventions, but either they were sexist against a woman in power. Could we say that Tutmos would do that because he just didn't like the fact that his aunt, his stepmother, was running things so that he could get big? Now, he was a great king. I mean, it makes a lot of sense in the biblical narrative, because the biblical narrative says that, well, Yahweh Eloheinu, like he allowed for him and even encouraged his bigness. Because this Pharaoh Tutmos the third, let me see if we can go through this here. This is in the time of Rekem Myra. Let's see if it's large. We'll go into some of this. So the 18th dynasty, right? A little bit of how it goes. So we have Ahmose, 18th dynasty, Moshe, the pharaohs in that time, approximate time of the Exodus, 1446. Some say 1440, but the approximate time. Ahmose, then we have Amenhotep, right, the first. Then we have Tutmos the first, right, family relations and everything, right. Then we have, where is she, adopted right there. I don't know if you can see that. Mutnofret, Queen Mutnofret, Tutmose, then Queen Ahmose, then we have Queen Set, right, then we have Tutmos the second, then we have Queen Hatshepsut, right? Then we see from the Tutmos the second, Queen, it says that was like that would have been his like aunt and everything. Yeah. Then we have Tutmos the third, right? Tutmos the third right there. So he basically comes in right after her, right? So what we showed you is attributed to the doings of Tutmos the third, right? During the time of the Tutmosides. We'll try to bring that in so we can scrutinize some of that, see whether it's factual, whether it stands up. We found a lot of very interesting, it's like some of the main points that were written scripturally that people may have disputed. A lot of the archaeology and things that were discovered lately, and as of the last 100 or so years, has actually kind of proven, like, it's almost like when the scripture's written, certain things were said that people could dispute, but now they found archaeology that actually fills in the gap and kind of points to the witness that we have in the scripts, right? So approximate timelines of the Bible and also of ancient Egyptian chronology to the best of our understandings today, right? Exodus, Pharaoh, Tutmos III. Let's go on right here. Now, this is, there's some fake Egyptology, there's some fake artifacts, right? So some things we question, but we're not experts. We don't have access to this, but based on even other scholarship, we'll bring that out. But this is a possible bust, right, of Pharaoh of the Exodus, 1485 to 1434, right? He's a great military pharaoh. Like, he expanded Egypt probably the most of any ancient pharaoh. Many of them were great in their own military wise, but this one, he went on something like 18 or so campaigns. Like, every year, it's like it was seasonal. Every year, right, he would go on campaigns and conquer other outlying territories. And he did this over and over. And then all of a sudden, it just stops. And this kind of lines up with the time of the Exodus. That's what we read in the Torah. It says, I have made you great. When Yahweh says to Moshe and Aharon, he made him great, for a purpose, right? This was a great pharaoh from a military, a conquering and ruling perspective and everything. And then all of a sudden, everything stops, and he's not dead, right? So some people say that Pharaoh drowned in the Red Sea and all that. That's not true. The Torah doesn't even say that. Just Christian songs and people's imaginations right there. But what happened was that his chief captains, his charioteers, like, he had his army, his military was together, right? Where he'd go on successive campaign year after year, then all of a sudden it stops. Well, if you lose all your weapons of warfare, a lot of your sergeants and your captains and everything, that would, shift things up. That would put a stutter in your step, so to speak, right? So this is some, okay, I will let them go now, right? That's allegedly the bust. Okay, Sinai inscriptions, birth of Moses. Yeah, that's what we want to show you. So this is some of what has been found. And here's the curious thing too, that these were fully decorated, embellished, with colors and everything. Then you can see that there's a 10. Actually, Hatshepsut would be the one in the middle, because it said that she took on some of the, some say male prerogatives, but since if the kingship is in this form, then she took on that particular form to basically double down and verify that she had legitimate rights in her time to reign and to rule. Right. But then when her nephew, Tutmos III, came to power, right, it seemed as though he destroyed and tampered with a lot of her work and even used some of her stones, these large stones. And what he did is, like, okay, the stone has four sides, right? The front and the back and the two sides. He flipped them around and used the other side of the stones, many of them, for his own. It's not like he could not find other stones, but he took the measure of expediency, as well as let loose his extreme dislike of her. He basically sought to erase her as best as he could in a lot of significant monuments. We have to ask the question, why is that? And notice how the Torah is very curious. It talks about the daughter of Pharaoh, and then it actually speaks about a few pharaohs. People don't really notice that in the narrative. It speaks about a couple of pharaohs, but these pharaohs are all a part of this particular dynasty. And plus the name Moshe and Muse, right, from the ancient Egyptian, and Mus and Mas and Mes, these different cognates of primary words and sounds is interesting, because we have Mose, we have Tut Mose, but some would say, well, this means that it's an Egyptian name. But some names, Afro-Shemitic names, are both names in one culture with certain meanings, and then it also has certain meanings which may be similar, but also different within the context of other cultures. And so let's understand that with the name Moses. But this is another area right here. There was a whole selection of pictures. We try to bring it up where they actually show a lot of her. This is like her being anointed by the gods and everything. But you see where she is scraped out of there. Where they actually, had to put the elbow and the shoulder in, to erase her. So we have to ask the question of why, why would they do that? Or why would actually Tutmos do that? Tutmos III. And no, it wasn't Ramses. So we're going to look at the dates of the Exodus based on what we know, right? Based on Egyptian artifacts and evidence, and also look at the biblical narrative, as well, right? And like I said, what's interesting is that some things the Bible seems to focus on. It's like, okay, why does it talk about the daughter of Pharaoh? Why does it give her any shine right here? And then to find out, that we have Hatshepsut, and then we see, okay, Tutmos III, this great pharaoh that was one of the greatest military-wise. He went on campaign successfully, and then all of a sudden it stops. And it doesn't stop because he gets killed in battle. But now as far as his son, okay, that's something interesting too. That also matches up, the historical narrative and the timeline. So if we can show and prove that Hatshepsut fits the bill for Pharaoh's daughter, the daughter of Pharaoh, and then her nephew, who comes to power, becomes the great pharaoh of the Exodus, but was a great military pharaoh of his time. Year after year, it was almost like a ritual. He would go out and conquer somebody new and bring them under Mitzrayim, right? But all of a sudden, it just stops. It just stops, and then right after that, we get what's his name? Akhenaten. Some people think that Akhenaten was the pharaoh. No, he's the one that came after the Exodus, was trying to figure out how come the old gods of Egypt were impotent. This is why he changed up everything. Akhenaten changed up everything. Like we're ruling and our gods are everything and we do all these great things. And all of a sudden this little people, come in and, they do this exploit and they declare another god and everything. It makes you start to get curious, like, well, our gods wasn't able to do very much, right? So he caused it to fizzle, because during the time of Akhenaten, we get Armana texts and documents that are coming in saying these Habiru, these Hebrews are taking over everything. Come, give us help. And Akhenaten he's like in his ashram. He's like in his spirituality. He's like, he's not really responsive. That's why on one level of so-called monotheism, as people talk about it, they find some interesting things with Akhenaten. But as far as a ruler, it's like he's like the ancient Egyptian Nero, in a sense. I don't know if anybody ever said this before, but Akhenaten is like the ancient Egyptian Nero. When we put everything in the proper context and the biblical context of the historical context that we know today, it's very interesting because he was all into his religion while he was getting these reports that are artifacts and testimony of these people are invading the land. They're taking over Jerusalem. They're doing all this. They're doing all of that. This during the time of Yehoshua, Joshua, and the tribes thereafter. So we can see a direct historical matchup right here. That's another area where they where they destroyed certain things. These are ancient destructions, right? Not modern destructions, but ancient destructions. Right? There has been destructions after that time, but these are more ancient destruction. Anyway, I just wanted to speak on that a little bit. We'll get more of the art and fact in order, and then we'll follow up. Let's touch on the psalm just a little bit right here. We have Psalm 25, 25th Psalm right here. It's a prayer right here. We'll touch on a little bit of the Royal Amharic, then we'll switch to the Hebrew and touch on a few basics. Shema Yisrael.
Not in the counsel of the ungodly. And also, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth.
መዝሙር 24 በቅንፍ 25 የዳዊት መዝሙር። አቤቱ ወደ አንተ ነፍሴን አነሳለሁ፣ አምላኬ አንተን ታመንኩ አልፈር። ጠላቶቼ በእኔ አይሳቁብኝ፣ አንተን ተስፋ የሚያደርጉ አያፍሩም፣ በከንቱ የሚገበዙ ያፍራሉ። አቤቱ መንገድህን አመልክተኝ፣ ፍለጋህንም አስተምረኝ። አንተ የመድኃኒቴ አምላክ ነህና በእውነትህ ምራኝ አስተምረኝም። ቀኑን ሁሉ አንተን ተስፋ አድርጌአለሁ። አቤቱ ምሕረትህንና ቸርነትህን አስብ፣ ከጥንት ጀምሮ ናቸውና። የልጅነቴን ኀጢአትና መተላለፍ አታስብብኝ። አቤቱ ስለ ቸርነትህ ብዛት እንደ ምሕረትህ አስበኝ። እግዚአብሔር ቸር ቅንም ነው። ስለዚህ ኀጢአተኞችን በመንገድ ይመራቸዋል፣ ገሮችን በፍርድ ይመራል፣ ለገሮችም መንገድን ያስተምራቸዋል። የእግዚአብሔር መንገድ ሁሉ ቸርነትና እውነት ነው፣ ቃል ኪዳኑንና ምስክሩን ለሚጠብቁ። አቤቱ ኀጢአቴ እጅግ ነውና ስለ ስምህ ይቅር በል። እግዚአብሔርን የሚፈራ ሰው ማን ነው? በሚመርጠው መንገድ ያስተምረዋል። ነፍሱ በመልካም ታድራለች፣ ዘሩም ምድርን ይወርሳል። እግዚአብሔር ለሚፈሩት ኃይላቸው ነው፣ ቃል ኪዳኑንም ያስታውቃቸዋል። እርሱ እግሮቼን ከወጥመድ ያወጣቸዋልና። ዐይኖቼ ሁልጊዜ ወደ እግዚአብሔር ናቸው። እኔ ብቻዬንና ችግረኛ ነኝና ፊትህን ወደ እኔ አድርግ ማረኝም። የልቤ ችግር ብዙ ነው፣ ከጭንቀቴ አውጣኝ። ድካሜንና መከራዬን እይ፣ ኀጢአቴንም ሁሉ ይቅር በል። ጠላቶቼ እንደ በዙ እይ፣ የግፍም ጥል ጠልተውኛል። ነፍሴን ጠብቅና አድነኝ፣ አንተን ታምኛለሁና አልፈር። አንተን ተስፋ አድርጌያለሁና የዋሃትና ቅንነት ይጠብቁኝ። አቤቱ እስራኤልን ከመከራው ሁሉ አድነው።
Yes. Mizmor Kaf Het, Kaf Hey. Psalm 20 Kaf Hey. Mizmor Kaf Hey, Psalm 25. Today's daily psalm right here. That was something from the Royal Amharic right there. Like to pick up with some compare and contrast, compare with the Hebrew and some of the ancient understandings. It's a good targum. It's a good interpretation of some of the ancient Hebrew, studying some of the Ge'ez in the Royal Amharic. As some other Yehudis use Aramaic to understand the biblical Hebrew, it's also possible for us, Beta Israel, to use the Ge'ez and the Royal Amharic right there. But here in the English, it says one speaking a language that there be one to interpret. Here's the basic.
Psalm 25.
מזמור כ"ה לדוד.
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul.
אליך אדוני נפשי אשא.
O my God.
אלוהי.
I trust in thee.
בך בטחתי.
Let me not be ashamed.
אל אבושה.
Let not mine enemies triumph over me.
אל יעלצו אויבי לי.
Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause. Show me thy ways, O Lord. Teach me thy paths. Lead me in thy truth and teach me. For thou art the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all the day. Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they have been ever of old. Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions. According to thy mercy, remember thou me for thy goodness' sake, O Lord. Good and upright is the Lord. Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon mine iniquity, for it is great. What man is he that feareth the Lord? Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose. His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed shall inherit the earth. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Mine eyes are ever toward the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net. Turn thee unto me, and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted. The troubles of my heart are enlarged. O bring thou me out of my distresses. Look upon mine affliction and my pain, and forgive all my sins. Consider mine enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred. O keep my soul and deliver me. Let me not be ashamed, for I put my trust in thee. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I wait on thee. Redeem Israel, O God, out of all his trouble, 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 out of all his trouble.
So here for the second day, second aliyah, this Torah portion, beginning the second book of Moshe. We have the psalm here in the season, Psalm 25. Psalm 25. Now we have a reasoning on how the words in this psalm definitely reflects the last words, right, prayer of Yeshua HaMashiach. At least the opening part, right? The opening part right there. To thee, O Yahweh, do I lift up my soul. Right, it says, into his hands will he commit, right, his spirit, for that idea of the lifting up of the soul. So here, I'd like to touch on this right here. Psalm 25 has 22 verses. Mizmor Kaf, hey. Kaf 20, hey 5. 25. So let's pause it right here. Raham, caressing, loving. Also the sense of the rechem, the womb, the yielding, loving, right? Nurturing, in that sense, the fetus, right? Speaking about the word raham, that has to do with loving deeply, and the word rechem for the womb, right? And interesting when we're speaking about this Torah portion, Moses drawn from the water. It says most babies, if you think about it, most of us as babes also drawn, right, from the water. Just these symbolic links, that are universal, but especially brought out in the Ivrit and the Hebrew. Right here, let's go to this right here. So I'm not going to share that audible right now. I'm just touching on a few things here in this psalm, but it's the last words prayer connected with Psalm 25 and mainly zooming in right on the first verse. Let's do this right here. Bring this out right here. We can close that for a moment. And we have these opening words of David, a psalm of David. Lid Dawid, Aleika, Yahweh, Nafshi, Esa, I will lift up Esa, from the Hebrew Nasha. Well, actually, from the Hebrew Nasa, but confused by many ones with the word for deceive. So we have Nasa in Hebrew, and we have Nasha. Nasha is what they mean in these fake infographics and memes when they say that NASA means to deceive. No, it's Nasha. Nasha, to beguile, to deceive, what Eve said, what Hawa said. This word is Nasa. Nasa means to lift up, but it has a connotative sense, Hebraically, in that sense, the third entry, to take away. If you lift something up, you carry it off. Like sin, or guiltiness. Like I say, guiltiness is a heavy, heavy load. Because guiltiness is the heavy, heavy load on the conscience, on the psyche. The psyche, the suke, is the soul, right? So the word nasa, right, meaning to lift up, right? To lift up, literally to lift up, but in the figure of speech, the Hebrew verbal hieroglyph of the Hebraic speech, it means to forgive. Like you lift a burden, somebody got a burden on them, right, on their soul, on their heart and their mind, and it's lifted, right? This is the sense right here. So we have this opening verse right here. It's not a psalm. They added that in. That's why it's italicized. It's actually Lid Dawid, of David. Dawid, the well-beloved, of David. Elei ka, Elei, to the I male Yahweh, O he who be, nafshi. So nafshi, from nefesh, a soul, nafshi, my soul, my psyche, right? The sense of the soul, the life, the creature, the person. But and it's psychological. So when we use the word in English, it's psychological, the psyche. It comes from the Greek word that was used to translate nephesh, right? The suke, the psyche, the appetite, the mind, the living being, sometimes manifests in the sense of the desire, the emotion, our psychological state. So here, to the I, O Yahweh, O He who be, who He be, speaking to the Almighty, do I lift up? Do I do what? I lift up, right? Like Esa, I lift up. I will lift up. I lift up. Nafshi, my psyche, I lift up my psychological state to thee. Yeshua Robeno, he said that Elohim is a spirit, right? And those who worship him must worship him in spirit, in ruach, and in truth. So in this sense, right, breaking down a more of a practical application to the psalm. So the Psalms are beautiful words and poetry, so to speak, in the Hebrew and the English, but they also have a meaning, right? There's also a meaning. There's also an application. There's an applied science to it once you get the science or the knowledge of it. So here it's of David, the man, David, literally David. Dawid, the well-beloved, the one who's beloved, right? Of the one who's beloved, right? Which implies a relationship, right? To thee, Eleka, to the I male. Eleka Yahweh, to thee, O He who be, who He be. Eleka Yahweh nafshi, my soul, my psyche, my psychological state. Esa, do I lift up, right? You see, because if you don't lift it up to the Almighty, it will go down to Sheol. It'll go down into hell. Right? Just living life, right? So you have to lift it up, right? We have this again in Psalm 86, Hebraically at the 4th verse, and also in Psalm 143, roundabout the 8th verse, Hebraically. The attitude, this here, the first verse right here, like put your hands up. So it's like lifting up of the hands is symbolic of lifting up the heart, lifting up the soul. So that prayer gesture, that prayer form of prayer worship, not just only among the Hebrews, but among many ancient people. We have it even figured, in the monuments, the paintings of ancient Mitzrayim, that sense of the lifting up the hand. Put your hands up, put your hands up. Also among the Israelites of Ethiopia, we have that in the worship, right? Among the Hebrews, Beta Israel, also among those in Christos and Moshiach, the lifting up of the hands. This is the attitude, right? This is what it says, assume the position, right? This is the attitude of true prayer, right? Especially the standing prayer, right? And that rids it of formality. It's not formal, right? It's actually informal, right? But it's a true attitude of tefillah, of what's known Hebraically as tefillah. So we have this opening verse in the first part of today's Psalm, Mizmor Kaf Hey, and it's themed here, Psalm 25, Hebraically as a tefillah, right? A prayer. What kind of prayer? Good you ask. A tefillah for gracious protection and guidance. We'll always say guidance and protection. For a prayer for guidance and protection. But notice in the previous psalm, there's a similar, right? A question similar to the question, right? Who may ascend? What? Who may go up? Who may aliyah, Allah, to ascend? Who may go up? Right? Who may ascend the mountain of Yahweh? Right? Or Yahweh, Javeh, of Yahweh, of Jehovah. That is what we have in Psalm 24. Now, Psalm 24 is interesting. Chabarim, Talmudim should know that that's a hymn of greeting. It's intimate connection with the bringing in of the Ark of the Covenant to Zion, to the city of David. Psalm 24 is also the evening psalm, right, for the first day, Yom HaRishon, the first day that the Gentiles call Sunday. So we should be familiar with Psalm 24, right? Propounded. Is thrown out in that sense by Psalm 25. In Psalm 25, today's daily psalm, who is he? Who be he that respecteth Yahweh? Who is he that respecteth, that reverence he who be, who he be, who he be? Right? In order to answer it in great and glorious yea, yea, and amen, amen, the promises, the words to be fulfilled. It is calmly confident, a calmly confident prayer to feel for help, right, against one's foes, one's adversaries, and also one's adversities. See, one's adversaries may be like other people or outsiders, but your adversities may be things that you've allowed in that you have to also get help for, right, and overcome. And for Yahweh's instructing, he who he be is instructing, his pardoning and his leading, his guiding grace. So yes, it's good to have grace, but also grace should lead, grace should guide. You want to get grace, but think that grace is just like something like, like pocket change. No, grace might also leads, grace guides, right? Guidance and protection, and also gives protection, right? It is without any definite background indicating the history. So this psalm is not like other psalms where we can go into and really connect up certain key of the verses and put it within the historical context. This psalm does not really give any information like that, like the history of the times and that it was composed, and also without any clearly marked traits of individuality. So the psalm is not like so personal that it applies to, say, a particular person's particular kind of situation. It lacks those like clear marks of individuality, right? It's more of a collectivity as one instead of just an individual. But it is one of the 9, get this right here, we talked about that earlier, the acrostics, right? Acrostic psalms that are arranged according to the Hebrew Aleph Beit, from Aleph to Tau, from A to T, like they'll say A to Z. In English, we say A to T. It's one of 9 alphabetical psalms that are arranged according to the Hebrew Aleph Beit. Aleph, Beit, Gimel, according to the Hebrew ABGs. You call it the ABGs. Aleph, Ba, Ga, or Aleph, Beit, Gimel. Check, right? However, it is one of 9 alphabetical psalms of the whole collection. And it's a companion, as we mentioned earlier, to Psalm 34, right? To that, it corresponds even in many peculiarities, yeah, of the acrostic structure. Not to get into the details right here, but for the Talmudim, for the disciples that want to go a little bit further, hopefully we'll have that time and opportunity, as we seek to build up the Chabarim, the Talmudim. So right here, let's get right into it. Just wanted to kind of just bring that together once again to the first verse right here, right? So in this opening verse here, and these 7 opening verses, we have an appeal for protection, guidance, and pardon. For protection, guidance, and pardon, right? Protection, guidance, and pardon. I know we say guidance and protection, but sometimes you just need protection first. You need to get protected first. Now, once you get that protection, you're more open to the guidance, right? So protection, guidance, and pardon. So opening with this verse here, the attitude of true prayer, the lifting up of the soul, right? So although the lifting up of the soul is something that goes on on another level that's not so seeable, right? It's expressed by the lifting up of the hands. Put your hands up, right? It's as though you are putting up your soul, you're giving up your soul. The soul is an offering. You're offering, right, of that which is most precious and most acceptable to Yahweh Eloheinu. So here the first verse, Lidawi, Aleka Yahweh Nafshi, Esa, to thee, O he who be Nafshi, my soul, my psyche, my psychological state, my feelings, my thoughts, my emotion, my sense of self, Esa, do I lift up. Moving forward, oh my God, Elohai Beka, in thee, Batachti, I have trusted. Al Ebosha, let me not be ashamed. Let me not be ashamed. Al Ya'alsu, Al Ya'alsu, right? Do not let them allot. Al not Ya'alsu, Al Ya'alsu. Don't let them allot. Allot, rejoice. Don't let them al not Ya'alsu. Them rejoicing, them exulting, them jumping. Don't let them jump for joy. Al Ya'alsu. Oi bi li. Don't let them oi baili, slika, oi baili. Don't let them oi by my enemies. I said oi bi. Oi bi is like one enemy, oi by. Oi vai, oi by. Don't let the old boys oi by. Don't let the haters, the oyebs, oi by, the enemies, the haters, rejoice or jump for joy, li, for me or to me, like say because of me. Don't let me be there jumping for joy, like they have triumph. The sense of, you see what the word triumph here is from alat, 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 ya also. It says to exalt, but ya also means to jump for joy. Don't let them jump. No, don't let them jump for joy, right, over me. Al yalsu, oi baili. Don't let my enemies jump for joy. So this verse does not begin right here with bait. So remember, we're talking about the acrostic nature of the Psalms. Well, we notice right here that this verse here does not begin with baits. Let's see if we can bring it out for you right here. Right. Okay, that's the first verse with the second verse. So you see here, okay, next you see where Aleppo is? That's the bait. Right. But then you see that if you read from right hand to left, right, it says Elohai beka batachti ale bosha al ya'alzu oi baili. That's the verse, those unpointed, that's the verse right there. So it begins here with an aleph. Remember we said it's acrostic, therefore going in the order of the Hebrew aleph bait. So aleph bait gimel a b g, but here it begins with aleph. Right now, it's a very interesting reasoning about this, right? Because the second word in the second verse is, well, actually is bika, bika. All right, let's go down here. Let's scroll down here to see if we can do right here. Bika is this word here. So reading from right to left, you see right there is Elohai beginning with Aleph. The second word is Bika, 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 in you male, in you male. Elohai, my God, my power, my almighty power, Bika, in you male. Now, there's an interesting reasoning because this verse does not begin with bait. A, B, G. It doesn't begin with bait. It begins with Aleph, A, right? Now, the initial of the second word, but the initial of the second word, let's go to the second word right there. You can see let's go right there. There we go. The second word, bika, in you. You see the bait, the prefix beth, right? Which means in, on, with, at, by way of, right? Bika, in you, on you, with you, at you, by way of the I, right? Elohai, my Elohim. So it's been suggested that the title of Yahweh, my Elohim, Elohai, my Elohim, Hailiai, Elohim, that the title name of Elohim was not considered a part of the acrostic. So some say, because otherwise it's a very good acrostic order, but here in the second verse, according to what we have in the print copies, it says Elohai. It says Elohai Bika. The first verse said Eleika Aleph. Second verse, if we take the Elohai and add it at the end of the first verse, the second verse will maintain the acrostic Bika Batachti. Notice that the second word in the second verse is the bait, and the third word in the second verse is the bait, batachti, batachti from batach. So we have bika, batachti, right? So some suggest that the first verse should have probably read, Eleka Yahweh nafshi esa Elohai, I lift up my soul, oh my God. Eleka, to thee, Yahweh, O he who be, nafshi, my psyche, esa, Elohai, I lift up my soul, oh my God. Therefore, then the second verse would be, Bika batachti, al ebosha, al yalsu, oi baili. So then it would kind of fill in that. So it's been suggested that the title name of Elohim was not considered to be a part of the acrostic, and therefore the verse has the required letter. That's the word highlighted there, but then we could go to the third word. It's also the same Beit, the second letter of the Hebrew alphabet, right? Modern scholars point to the fact that verse 1 consists of a single line. So some even look at the first verse, sorry, Slika, right there. Look at this first verse. The first verse has a single line. Let me scroll back here so you can see. That's the first verse right there. The first verse is these words right here. Here we go. This is the first verse. And we look at the Hebrew Psalms, that's kind of curious. It's like usually it has at least two phrases or like two parts of the verse, part A, part B, so to speak. But this first line only has four words. Eleka, Yahuwah, Nafshi, Esa. Right? Now, if we add Elohai, then it, which is in the second verse, begins off Elohai. Right? So instead of to thee, O Yahweh, Jehovah, do I lift up my soul, more better to thee, Jehovah, do I lift up my soul, oh my God. That's the sense. Therefore, the second verse will be, in thee have I trusted. Let me not be ashamed. Make not my enemies jump for joy over me. Right? So some modern scholars point to the fact that verse 1, the Aleph verse, consists of a single line and suggests that the original text had a parallel line beginning with Elohai. So some even say, well, maybe there was something else, Elohai, oh my God, such and such and such. But be that as it may, that's a suggestion, right? That alone remains and attached to verse 2. Now, the integrity, right, of the Masoretic text, the Hebrew text, actually on this point is supported by the agreement with it of the LXX, which is said to be translated from even a more ancient, right, Hebrew text. So if we look at the LXX, right, we have agreement. So there the LXX has these words at the end, right? Theos, theos moi, theos moi, theos moi. Theos is God, moi is like moi, right? Theos moi, my God. So we can see where the LXX, which is said by some to be translated from an earlier Hebrew manuscript, actually supports the integrity, right, of the Masoretic text that also has, right here, right, Theos Ma, right there, right? But here it's interesting because here in the first line we have my God actually at the end of the first verse. So that kind of suggestion, they just touch on the acrostic level. So we would suggest that just if this was being performed, to keep that acrostic, Eleka Yahweh Nafshi Esa Elohai Bekaba Tahti Ale Bosha Alia Alsu Oi Baili, in that kind of sense right there. But moving forward, let me not be ashamed. Here we once again the second verse right here. Ale Bosha, Ale Vosha, Ale Bosha. Let me not be bash, my basha, Ale Bosha, Ale Bosha. Don't let me be put to shame. Don't let me be disconcerted, disappointed, feel shame, right? Don't let me pale, right? Don't let me be disappointed, ashamed, delayed. Al ebosha, as I would be if the taunt of oivai, my enemies, were justified. I should feel shame. If they were justified in what they were saying about me, then I should feel some shame, right? But alebosha, let me not be ashamed because their taunts of me are not justified, right? That my trust in Elohim and Elohai would not help me. Like if they were correct in what they were saying, then my trust in Elohim would be in vain. Here, bringing out the second verse here. Opening 7 verses, the appeal for protection, guidance, and pardon. I'd like to just zoom in just a little bit right here with the time that we have. The Gimel. Now notice something right here. The Gimel verse, you see the Aleppo, reading from right to left. That's the Asherit Gimel. And then we have Gam. So you can see where it maintains the order when we come to the next verse of the acrostic. The Aleph, the Beit, the Gimel. Here to third verse, right? Pasuk Gimel, we have Gam, right? Here we go. Let's bring it down. Gam, call Here we go. Gam, call, Koweka. Some say Koveka, right? But Gam, call, Koweka, lo, Yeboshu. Yeboshu, ha bogdim rekam. Here it says yay, right? Now they have yay here. You see the English says yay, 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 yay. The Hebrew is a little more forceful. It says gam, gam also, right? Right? Make not my enemies jump for joy over me. Gam, also call, koeka, lo yeboshu. And don't let none of those, right, that wait, that expect, koeka, 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 call koeka, all those that expect in thee, O he who be, lo, not yeboshu. Don't let them be bush, abashed, disappointed, disconcerted, right? Put to shame right here, right? Let's scroll up here so you can see the KJV. Let none that wait on thee be ashamed, right? However, it says Yebosha, right? So it's kind of interesting. It repeats the word in two different contexts. For those who wait, who trust in thee, right? Gam, also call Aweka, lo Yeboshu, lo, not Yeboshu, them being ashamed. Yeboshu, let them be ashamed. Habogdim, the Bogadim, the treacherous, that deal treacherously. Ha Bogadim, the Bogadim. Ha Bogadim, Rekam, without a cause. Those who transgress, those who deal treacherously. Ha Bogadim, Rekam. All right, so let's break this down right here. We have Bogadim from Bagad. Bagad is an interesting word, right? He has a verb to act treacherously, to deal treacherously, faithlessly, right? When we say the word beged, beged is clothing. Is a type of, one of the words for clothing, beged. Beged, but the verb is bagad. Bagad is to deal treacherously, because the idea of dealing treacherously is like you cover over, almost like somebody clothe it. You clothe it. You know what I mean? You kind of cover it over. You know what I'm saying? Right? In that sense. Right here, you see there, Strong's bringing out to cover with a garment. So we have beged, an article of clothing, general word for clothing, one of 2 to 3 words for clothing, right? That means to cover as the verb bagad. This is figuratively to act covert, like you're acting in the covered over way. You know what I mean? Almost like when they dressed up like the Indians at the Boston Tea Party, that right there, treacherously. That gives a sense. They were pretending to be somebody else, right? Let them be ashamed, they boshu, right? Let them be disappointed. Ha bogadim, the bogadim, right? Rakam, those who are the bogadim for Rakam, for Rakam. Rakam is empty. Rakam. Remember when Yeshua said, don't call your brother Raka. Aramaic right there, the Raka. Don't call your brother empty. These are treacherous for in vain, right? Rakam. The word rakam comes from rake, like to be empty. The sense of it is like something poured out. And like you pour something out, and therefore what's left is empty. It's worthless, right? Ineffectually, undeservedly, in an objective sense, ineffectually, right? In a subjective sense, undeservedly, right? So he transgress against I for no good reason. He answers the doubt. There's a doubt that's implied in his prayer, right? Did you get that right there? There's a doubt that's implied in the prayer, right? He will not be put to shame, right? Like just like a tree planted by the water, right? Not be moved, but in this sense, not be moved into the sense of from confidence, right? Learning whatever state I am, right? To be content, right? Into a state of shame, right? Because that is never the experience of those who truly trust and even depend upon Ha Elohim, right? And are innocent, right? And are innocent, right? In other words, if you are innocent and check yourself, you know you're innocent. I mean, really check yourself. If you see you're not, then just own up. You can work it out. But if you see you're innocent, then your state of mind has to reflect that this is what he's bringing forward in the opening of his tefillah, his prayer right here. But let's push it. The Dalet verse, the 4th verse right here. First 7 verses, an appeal. How do you plead? Right? It's an appeal, for protection, guidance, and pardon. Verse 4, Pasuk Dalet, it says, shew me thy ways, O Yahweh, O He, who he be. Teach me thy paths, thy paths. Here the Hebrew, Derakeka Yahweh, Hode'ani. Derakeka Yahweh, Hode'ani. Orachoteka Lamdeini. So two parts of this. Part one, shew me thy ways, O Yahweh. Derakeka, your ways. Derake, the ways of Ka, of the I male, Yahweh, O He, who he be. Hold the cause me to know. So the English says shew me, like to see, but actually the word hold the A, right? Cause me to know, ani, hold the ani, cause I to know. So here this is from the yada, right? The root is yada. When we get to the binyanim, it's the poal. So the poal, when we study the verbs, the build, right? From yada, the base word, when it's built to the hold the a, is cause me to know. Cause I to know, hold the a. Cause to know, ani, I. Hold the a, ani, put together in the Hebrew, biblical Hebrew, hold the ani, cause ani, cause I to know. Derakeka, cause me to know your dereks. Derek is a way, darke, ways of ka. Cause me to know the ways of the I, O He, who he be, hold the ani, cause me to know. This is what Moshe said. Didn't Moshe say this? Moshe said this. Moshe's prayer, since we're here in the second book of Moses, second book of the Torah, right? Shemot. In Shemot, in Exodus 33:13, this is Moshe's prayer. Derakeka Yahweh Hodeini. Right? Cause me to know thy ways, to know, right, the ways of Elohim, of Ha Elohim, the true good, the true God, is to understand the Elohim meaning, the divine meaning, the purpose of one's own life. So in the context of if one, like Moshe asked that, he want to know what's the purpose of the meaning of his life, right? In he who he be, and those happening around him, so that he may put into order his own conduct, his own behavior, his own trod, his halakha, right, accordingly, right? This verse here, it matches up with verse 10. Just to point that out, matches with verse 10 where it says, all the paths of Yahweh are mercy and truth. So you get to know, right? Know his ways, his paths are mercy and truth, to such as keep his covenant. To who? To everybody, to such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. Yes, we can testify, but make sure our first testimony is his testimonies, right? And then we testify within the context of his ways, in his way. So right here, Darkeka, Yahweh Hodeini, or Orchoteka. Orchot is the plural of path. Orach is a path. Orach, a path. Orchot is paths. Ka, orchoteka, the paths of the eye. Lamedeni. Now here's an interesting word, lamad. It's at the root of Talmud. It's at the root of Talmud. Talmud is disciple. Talmud is a teaching, but it comes from the lamad. What is lamad? Lamad is a Hebrew letter L. It's called lamad, or lamad. But as a verb, it means to learn, to teach, to exercise. So how do you learn something? Teach it even. You exercise. Right? You exercise it, to be taught, to be trained. So lamad, right? Getting to the root. Lamad, when you look at the ancient glyphs, some say that it's like a shepherd's rod. Some imagine in the letter it's a shepherd's rod, the sense of goading. You know, like the two symbols in ancient Mitzrayim, the shepherd's rod, right, and the cow prod. You know that the shepherd's rod and the cow prod, right? The chekah and the chu. in ancient Egypt. The cow prod and the shepherd's rod. So this is what we have here, the shepherd's rod, right? The implication of that is to teach. So in the East, the Orient, look to the East, right? The Oriental, the Eastern incentive was the rod, right? The rod, like the shepherd's rod, right? Because we're looking at the context, right, of the peoples, right? So lamde, teaching ani. Lamdeni, teach me, orchoteka, your paths. Lamdeni, orchoteka, lamdeni, full of full, right? Derakeka, Yahuwah hodeini, orchoteka, lamdeni. Here to the fifth verse, the opening 7 verses, appeal, protection, guidance, and pardon, right? Here at the hay verse, the fifth verse, lead me in thy truth. Well, everybody got their truth, but here we're very specific. Lead me in thy truth. Lead me in he who he be's truth. Lead me in thy truth and teach me, right? For thou, thee, and none other, for thou art the Elohim of my salvation, of my Yesha, the root of Yeshua. You know, when we look at the word and the roots right here, deliverance, and your deliverance, your welfare, your prosperity, Kili, your salvation, your victory from Yasha, right? That was a noun. Yesha is a noun. Yasha is a verb, to save, and your deliverance, your liberation. Save, Hebraically, is not just salvation in the later day religious sense, but it's also to be saved in battle, to be saved, to be delivered, even delivered from moral troubles. Sometimes moral troubles can be worse than troubles of a foreign enemy. You know what I mean? Need to be saved from that. But we get to the root of Yasha, like to open, to wide. What's interesting is that affliction, Sarah, means tightness, constriction, to be in a tight place, Sarah, right? Like Mitzrayim, right? And then to be free, Yasha, right? To be free. So the context is there, like you're in a tight situation, and then when it eases up, you feel so much like, wow, I can breathe now. Like it's open, it's wide. I don't feel so hemmed in. So right here to this verse right here, right? On thee do I wait all the day. Remember earlier he said, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Right? It says, don't let me be ashamed. Right? And let none that wait on thee be ashamed. So now right here he says, well, I too wait on thee. So don't let me or any others who wait on thee be ashamed. Hadrikeni ba amiteka, right? Guide me, right? Now, here's an interesting hadrikeni, the lead me from darak. Remember we just touched on the word derek way, darkeka, thy ways, darkeka, Yahweh, your ways, hodeini, cause me to know your ways. So here we have the verb right here. Here we have the verb hadrike. So it's getting to the verb of the word. So the noun from darak, which means to tread, to bend, to lead, to march. The noun is way, derek, right? So here he now goes to the verb, right, to tread. Now you notice that the word tread can mean to bend, because back in the days, something to bend a bow, they will put their foot on it and bend it back in order to hook it in place, right? That's the sense of tread, but also can mean to like trod the path, right? To cause, to lead, right? It's almost like the verb of leading in the way, right? So here we have hadrike, leading ani, leading me, hadrikeni, right? Hadrikeni, ba amiteka, in your truth, right? Cause me to trod, cause me to walk. In a symbolic sense, if I was stringing a bow, cause me to step on the bow, to bend it back, and to string it up so I can hit the enemy. It's a contextual sense here, but here this is more pointing to the walking in the way. Hadrikeni ba miteka, cause me to walk, lead me in thy emet, in thy truth. But truth Hebraically has a sense of faithfulness, firmness. It has a sense of truth and truthfulness. If it's truthful, then it's trustworthy, therefore it's firm. This is the sense. It's credit worthy, right? It's not incredible. It's not without credit, but that which truly has credit. And teach me. And again, he says, and teach me. You notice that from the previous verse right there? It says, with lamdeini. Right? So the previous verse, he ended with, orchote lamdeini, teach me thy path. Here, hadrikeini, ba miteka, with and lamdeini, and teach me. So this emphasis on teaching. For what reason? He gives a reason. When it says for, the sense for is like because. Kiata, because you yourself and none other. Kiata, for you yourself. Kiata, Elohe Yishi. Elohe Yishi. You are the Elohim of my Yesha. Right? Yishi is my salvation. Yesha is deliverance, salvation, victory. Yishi is mine. For you, Kiata, because you and none other, Elohe, are the Elohim, the creator, right? The judge, the almighty power, Yishi, of my Yesha, of my salvation, of my victory. In thy truth, Ba'amiteka, not the true conception, some might say, of Elohim's nature. However, it's firstly the true way of living and the way of life to follow. Some might think this means that Yahweh is to disclose everything about his infinite nature. No, that's not. If he shows us what he shows us, that's a blessing, whatever he reveals to us. But what we need to be guided in is a truth of the true way of life, the true way to trod, right? The true way to follow, and the way, the truth to life. A verse beginning with the letter Vav or Wow is here missing, right? It's omitted here. And here's where this verse connects with Psalm 34, because in Psalm 34, right, there's a similar omission of the Wow, the Vav, the sixth letter of the Hebrew alphabet should be right around here, and it is missing, right? It's omitted here, but also in the companion psalm, this same kind of Hebraic stutter step is there in Psalm 34. Just to point that out, right? On thee do I wait all the day, right? On thee do I wait all the day. Otika, right? Uiti call hayom. Otika, right? Otika, on thee, right? Do I wait, right? For thee, right? Otika, right? Kuiti, kaviti, right? Waiting, call hayom, call all hayom, all the day. So kaviti, or some might say in modern Hebrew kaviti, might say otecha, kaviti, call hayom, right? But kaviti is more correct from the kawa, to wait. But notice when it says to wait, it's to expect. See, expecting is the activity of the heart and the mind, right? It's almost like a positive act of the heart and mind, not just waiting, like just sitting down doing nothing, but there's a activeness. So even while doing other things, there's that expectation. And in the Hebrew sense, the word kawa is linked to the kaw or the kav, which is a chord. So there's this whole bill when we study the Hebrew that it's not just wait as we would think in English, but it's expecting. But even deeper than that, it's from the kav. It's like a chord. It's almost like what you expect, you are drawing to you, right? By the activity of the heart and the mind in his way, right? So it's more of a looking eagerly for, right? In the sense of collecting and binding together, right? Binding together, right? To bind together. It's like when somebody takes like a towel or something, you twist it around to make it tighter. This is the figure, and the figure of speech is expecting. So it's actually a positive spiritual activity of heart and mind, right? That also helps to prevent the ebosha, right? Lord Bosha, the shame or the disappointment, of, just waiting. People are like, oh, just waiting. We're not doing that. We're just waiting on the Savior, waiting. No, we're doing what we got to do, but we expect it. And this helps us to keep that contentment, that state of mind that's so important to walk on water. Be that as it may. But right here, once again, the full of the verse, Hadrikeni ba miteka, Wilam Deni, Kiata Elohe Yeshi, Otika Kuiti Kol Hayom. Here to the 6th verse right here, the Vav, the wow verse right here. But here the 6th verse, remember, O Yahweh, he who be, thy tender mercies and thy what? Loving kindnesses. For they ever of old, the tender right there, right? Olam, from forever, right? They are ever of time indefinite, right? The word forever brings out a sense of time out of mind, a kind of a continuity of time, right? Well, one may say forever, right? Zikor rachameka Yahuwah, Zikor. So here we command, in a sense, the Hebraically speaking, from Zakar. Zakar, he remembered, as a imperative zikor. Like when we are told in the 10 words, zikor et yom hashabat likadisho, we are to remember or to call to mind, to zakar, right? We are to remember, recall, call to mind, right? Zikor et yom hashabat, the day of the Sabbath, likadisho, to keep it set apart. Here, we actually call here in this prayer on Yahweh to remember. In a sense, it is a command. Of course, it's grace and graciousness that we even command he who be, but it is a command all the same, right? Remember, Zikor, Rachameka. Remember what? Remember your Racham, your womb, your compassion. Rachame is the second entry, right? Rechem is womb. Rachame is compassion. It's a noun masculine in the absolute plural intensive. So here, Racham is singular. In the verse, it's Rachame. Rachame is the compassions, ka, of you, O he who be. It's from the verb Racham. Racham, as the verb, is to love deeply. You're loving deeplies, right? Remember how deeply you love we. In other words, how you are compassionate. Almost as the womb is cherishing the fetus, you are compassionate to we, right? Zikor rachameka Yahweh, remember your mercies, your compassions, rachameka, O he who be, wa chasadeka, and chasadeka, and your cheseds. And your cheseds. Cheseds, here they have chesed as goodness, kindness, faithfulness. The Mo-Best, and yeah, I said it, Mo-Best translation is loving kindness. And here is the plural sense, wa chasadeka, your loving kindnesses. Zikor rachameka Yahuwah wa chasadeka. Ki, because may olam, because from forever, from time out of mind, from forever, from eternity past, eternity future, right? Hey ma, they are from time out of mind. They are from eternity, right? They're before time ever was. Now we live in time. They're for time out of mind, right? And when there's time no more, these are key attributes of he who be. And we study Moshe. This is what was revealed to even Moshe. So the full of the verse, Zikor rachameka Yahweh wa chasadeka. Ki me olam, hey ma, me olam, from forever, hey ma, they be. Zikor, since Elohim's nature is unchangeable, he must be merciful to the suffering one now, as he proved himself to be in the past. So what's interesting about that breakdown of this verse in the former verse, we have almost exactly what Moshe said when he wanted to cause to know he who be, to know the way, What is that proper way of living that we pleasable, acceptable with he who be who he be? So right here to verse 7, to 7th verse, the Zayn verse right here, Zayn verse right here, the 7th verse. Remember not. Remember, verses 1 to 7 is an appeal. How do you plea? It's a plea for protection, right? For guidance, and it's a plea for pardon. Here's the pardon part, right? I beg your pardon, right? Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions. According to what? According to all the good things I've done, I'm basically a nice person. No. According to your own mercy, according to your own mercy. You know what I mean? According to his mercy, according to his nature, not according to any work like, well, I'm a basically good person. No, according to your mercy. No, don't remember my sins, my missing the mark of my youth, right? Young and dumb, nor my transgressions where I went too far. I crossed the line. I should have stayed in bounds, right? According to your mercy. Remember thou me for your goodness, not for my goodness. No. I'm not gonna chance that. Right? Remember thou me for thy goodness sake, because of the sake that you are good. Right? Oh Yahweh. Let's bring this out right here. Here it says the chatot ne'orai. Chatot, the sins of the missing the mark of ne'orai, of my youth time, when I was a youth, right? Or fishai, right? And my transgressions, al tizkor. Notice the previous verse was zikor, remember, right? The previous verse was remember Yahweh, right? Your compassions and your loving kindnesses. And here, this verse is chatota neorai ua fishai al tizkor. Do not, right? Do not remember, right? Don't call this a mind. So, see, this is how the Almighty is Almighty. When people start to try to put these things like omniscience from their Greco-Roman perspective, or omnipresence, and all these things in a general worldly God's way, it's wrong. Because here, these two verses, one verse we call on him to remember, and then the next verse we call on him not to remember. Sometimes it's hard to forget something. You know what I'm saying? But the Almighty, if he chooses so, right, he can also not remember. This is part of his almighty power, not to remember, not to recall. I know at first one's had to kind of not so much wrap your mind around it, but isn't that what the word is saying here? He says, al tizkor, do not remember, right? He can always say, well, I'm almighty, I got to remember. No, he's almighty, therefore it's his choice. And we are appealing to his choice. Chatot neorai ufishai al tizkor. Ka chasideka, according to your chesed, your loving kindness, zikar, remember, zikar li, remember for me, ata, you, li ma'an, right, li ma'an, because for the intent of tubika, for the intent of your tube, not tob. Tob is good. Tub is goodness. Lima'an tubika, because for the intent of your goodness sake, right? Lima'an tubika Yahweh, because of your goodness. So it's very clear here that David, right, the Torah scholar, right, has looked into the Torah, and he's very wisely in this prayer here calling on key attributes in context, right, in this prayer, right? His nature, who he be, where he revealed to Moshe, right, the 13 attributes of mercy. So here we have this verse right here, chatot, right? Chatot, sins of ne'orai, all my missing, what I missed when I was young. Ufishai, when I went too far, I crossed over, I transgressed. Al tizkor, do not zakar this. Al tizkor, don't tizkor. Al tizkor. Ka chasideka, because of your loving kindness. Zikar li ata, Zikar li, remember for me. You remember for me. Zikar li ata lima'an, for the sake of tubika, for the sake of your goodness, Yahweh. So we have two, why the vowels are important. Remember, the vowels is not the letter of the Lord, but the spirit. Right? Missing the vowels, you're missing the spirit. Missing the vowels, the proper vowels, you're missing the spirit. It loses context. Tu, right? Tu, right? Your goodness, right? This is attribute, right? His goodness, right? For your goodness, state of discernment, the goodness. It's an abstraction, goodness, all the goods, right? Not good, but goodness. So Tob is good and Tubeka. So what are the sins? The Chatot. Chatot is plural, come from Chata'ah. Chata'ah is sin, right? But breaking it down to its root sense from Chata'ah. Chata'ah is to miss, right? Chata'ah is to miss. Remember not all my missings, all my youthly missings, all those things I missed. I forfeited. I incurred guilt. Right? Caught lacking. Inadvertent errors. Inadvertent errors. This Psalm 1 breaks this more down, the first Psalm, right? Due to youthful indiscretions, right? Ne'orai from Naor. We have Naor, my early life, my youth, right? Being a youth, my juvenility. It's almost like, it's like when somebody had done things in their youth, and then sometime the record when it was young gets expunged, and it's good if they don't go on and do those things continually. You know what I'm saying? That's the context right here. During the youth time, when you was a juvenile, so to speak. Transgressions. Ufisha'ai and my pesha. Fisha is transgression, rebellion. Right? It's not just transgression, but the transgression also is a rebellion. All my rebellions, remember, Fishai, the plural sense, my rebellions against individuals, right? Could also be against parents too. Got to get that cleared up. Transgression, nation against nation, that sense, transgression against Elohim, right? That transgression, and also it connects with the guilt. Sometimes it's not the fact that we had done it, but sometimes when we think about it, it's that guiltiness. Therefore, the lifting up in the first verse, lifting it up, right? And may he lift it up, right? Acts of rebellion against Elohim's will. Some interpret this is not just in the youth, right? So when it says, remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions, right? Nor my transgressions, chatot nirai. So one is speaking about the sins, inadvertent errors of youth, right? Ufishai, and my pesha. Some interpret this as not just the transgressions when I was young, but these are acts of rebellion against Elohim's will, right? In our mature age. You know what I mean? And if you're honest, we can see that. Some things we did, we was young, but then sometimes we still have transgressions when we get older. And this is being called on according, right, to thy mercy. So notice this, we asking him not to remember that, right? But yet to remember according to his mercy, according to his chesed. So remember how the other verse broke down loving kindness, and here it says according to your chesed. So almost like introducing this within the prayer, within court, right? And now using what was introduced in court, right, as a defense in a sense. According to thy mercy, remember. Zikar li ata. Remember for me, you yourself, not anyone else, but you yourself, right? Right, for lima'an tubika, for your goodness sake, O Yahweh, for your goodness sake. He does not rest his plea, right, for forgiveness upon any merits he may possess. And we need to consider that. Even in the new covenant sense, it says that we receive of his righteousness. He imparts his righteousness, not our righteousness, but his righteousness he imparted based on the emunah, admittance, credit, faith. He imparts his righteousness. And here we get this principle, right, because he and I and we should not rest our plea for forgiveness upon any merits that we may possess. It's good enough if we do possess some merits, but don't make your plea based on that, right? But we rested upon Yahweh's, his tube, the tubika, his goodness. This is the word right here, tuba, right? The tube, right? The tube, tubika, the good, his goodness, right? We're basing this on his nature. Hence, the next section, it contains praise of Yahweh, of Hashem's character as revealed in his dealings with man. So then we get like verses 8 to 14, which is a section of the praise of he who be who he be. And then we get to verses like 15 to 21, where the prayer is resumed. So in verses like 15 to 21, the prayer is picked up on, it's resumed. And here's what we're going to do right now. You can look at more on the prayer being resumed there, right? So we get to verses 8, right? Just zoom over verses 8 to 14. This section is the praise. So he opens up with appeal for protection, guidance, pardon. Then, so it's like prayer and praise. Get it? Prayer, this is the part for prayer, right? The prayer, the appeal for protection, guidance, and pardon, 1 to 7, verses 8 to 14, praise of he who be who he be. Good. Now notice what he says, because you're good. Remember he says, because your goodness, because your goodness sake. Notice what the next words are. It's the praise now of him, of he who be who he be. Good and upright is Yahweh. Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. So it's almost like a covert acknowledgement that, I've fallen short, right? You're going to teach sinners, generally speaking, but notice what he asked in the beginning twice, I think 3 times, twice, teach me. Then he now confesses, right? Therefore he will teach sinners. That's why I asked him to teach me, because now I'm missing. I'm being caught lacking, right? I need to know your way. The meek will he guide in judgment. So it means that you need to have a certain nature in order for him to be to guide, right? In what? In judgment, right? In judgment. Therefore, judgment is not a bad thing. Even if we got to receive some judgment, is for our good. All things work together. And the meek will he teach his way. The meek. So there's a certain nature attribute, right? All the paths of Yahweh, right? Remember he said, teach me your paths, right? Let me know your paths, right? Right? So I can find that path, right? All the paths of Yahweh are what? Mercy and truth. Remember we talked about this 7th verse? We're talking about the 7th verse when we had touched on when we say, teach me your paths. That was at which verse was that? That was at the 4th verse. Show me thy ways, cause me to know your ways. Oh Yahweh, teach me thy path. Right? Derakeka Yahweh hodeini. Right? Or hoteka lamdeini. Now here we get to the 10th verse. It says all the paths. Call orchot, Yahweh, all the paths of he who be who he be. What are they? All. It says all. Call me all. It says chesed ve'emet. Chesed ve'emet. Mercy, chesed. Therefore be a chasid, chabarim, right? Chesed, right? Ve'emet. And emet, ve'emet. To such, to who? To everybody. No, to such. What kind of such? Such what? Such as keep. Oh, such as keep, right? His covenant and his testimonies. Lina, like linotre, burrito with a dotayo. We have to drop down in this verse momentarily. Why? Because this is a key verse. Just touch on some basics, but it's the key verse that continues to build, where you can see how these verses are not just random poetical verses, but it's a deeper meaning. Even it's one verse, but in the context here, this connects with the 4th verse, which says all the paths of he who be who he be are what? Are chesed, right? Where emet, are mercy and truth and credit worthy and faithful and firm, right? To such as keep. So here is the interesting word we speak about: Robenu, Adonenu, Yeshua HaNotri, Jesus. They say Jesus of Nazareth, Yeshua HaNotri, 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 right? So the word keep, you see the word keep right there? The word keep in the Hebrew is from Natsar. You know, we talked about how Joseph was a Nazir. He was a Nazir, separate from his brethren, Nazir, Echayo, right? Here, the word Natsar, right, is the word that's confused sometimes, Nazareth and Nazarite. This is the other word. This is Natsar. So here in the verse, it said, Lin Notzre is for the who? The keepers, Lin Notzre. The keepers of what? Lin Notzre, Burrito, Burrito. Barit is covenant. Burrito is his covenant. Lin Notzre, Burrito, we Edotayo. The Edotav, we Edotayo, and his Edot. Edot. Let's come back to that. Let's get the word Eda. Eda, right? Eda is a testimony, a witness. But notice what it says. It says always plural, and always of Torot. Torot is Torah's direction, instructions, as Elohim's, right? Elohim's testimonies, right? So here it says that all his ways, all the ways of he who be, are chesed wa emet, are loving kindness and reality and truth and credit worthy, right? Linotzre, to those who are keepers of Berito, of his Berit, his covenant, with Edotayo. So here we have the word Eda, right? Look in the dictionary breaks down the BDB, Browns, Drivers, and Briggs, as testimony, witness. But then the A entry, 1A, says always plural. So here in the verse is Edot, plural of Eda, with Edotayo, and his testimonies, always plural, and always of laws or Torahs, as Elohim's testimonies, right? Right? In its technical sense, his witness. So it's not really always our witness. Our witness matters, but first matters his witness, right? First is his witness, right? So let's get to this word notzre. So here it says notzre, right? Are like the people, the ones who are the keepers of. So we say Yeshua, Jesus, or Yeshua HaNotzri, often translated as Jesus of Nazareth, or Yeshua the Notzri. What is Notzri? Notzri, right, will bring out the sense of the guardian, the watcher over, the keeper, the preserver, the guarder from dangers, the keeper, the observer, the guarder with faithfulness, fidelity, to guard, even in a sense to keep or to keep secret. Like it says, hide me in thee, right? The watchman, right? Notzri, right? But the sense is, it has twofold sense in Hebrew. Some break it down as the good sense and the bad one. In the good sense, he's the protector, the maintainer, right? The obeyer. In the bad sense, also to conceal, right? To conceal, right? On that level, right? But basically the sense of the one who observe. It's an interesting word because it actually brings out the identification of Yeshua, Hanotri. So we say Hanotri to distinguish him from other Yeshuas that may have been, right? Similar name. You know what I mean? Like we say Elohei Yisrael, the Elohim of Israel, to separate from Elohim Acharim, other people's Elohim. So Yeshua HaNotri from Natsar. So here's a link with Yeshua right there, to keep, right? As Yeshua also kept, right? Burrito. He kept, what's the burrito? Barit is covenant. Burrito, his covenant, right? Edotayo, and his testimony. Wasn't that the whole point? He says that Father sent him to be a witness, to testify, and his testimony is true. What did Yeshua says? He says, isn't it written in your law the testimony of two men is true? Didn't Yeshua say that? Yeshua said that, right? It says, and it's written in your law the testimony of two men. And he says, I am one and the Father. He said, but God is not a man. Read the full verse. He's not a liar. Right? God is not a man that lies. Right? Boom. So right there, they're there, Edotayo, just to bring this out right here, the 10th verse, right? The paths of Yahweh, he gives the answer to his petition. So in the opening, verse 4 is the petition in verse 4. In terms similar, the terms are similar to those proclaimed by Eloheinu, our Elohim, to Moshe. So he can clearly see that even in his prayer, David's prayer, right, he is in the Torah, right? And he's basically, what David actually does in the Psalm is bring out like working application of those Torah principles. So as we study David, we can see working applications. Say, oh, wow, this is what the same thing Moshe said, right? And then as we read more, we say, wait, look at these key words that David is drawing on. Now look how he's using these key words in his petition, right there, right? So he says, all the paths of he who be are mercy and truth. That's a principle there. Don't lose sight of that right there. The covenant made at Har Sinai, at Sinai, in Exodus chapter 19, verse 5, where the covenant was made at Mount Sinai, Exodus chapter 19, verse 5. His testimonies. We have this in Psalm 19. In Psalm 19, remember what it's about in Psalm 19, right? Let's just go here really quick right here, Psalm 19, just to bring out this thought right here. Just a couple of highlight verses. It should be the 8th verse right here. Let's see if it's the 8th verse right here, 19 and 8. Okay, it must be one verse over because of the translations, right? Yeah, there we go, right there. Right here. It says the law, the Torah of Yahweh is perfect. Did somebody say there's nothing perfect? Lie. The law of Yahweh, he who be is perfect. It's complete. It's perfect. Nothing more, nothing less. It's perfect. Converting the soul. Oh, how do we convert our psyche, right? Our mind state. I'm trying to get my mind right. Well, the Torah of Yahweh is perfect, right? It has the power to convert the soul, the psyche. But notice what it says here. The testimony of he who be is sure, always faithful, always sure, right? Making wise the simple, making wise the petty, the open-mindedness. You don't want to be too open-minded for everything, right? That's the petty. You see the petty, petai, right? Petty, the simplicity in more of the negative sense of the naivete, right? Simplicity or simple in the more negative sense of the foolish, the open-minded, open to any suggestion, good suggestion, bad suggestion, anything, right? Suggestible, right? Silly, Hebraically seducible, right? But what prevents us from getting caught, right? It is the testimony of he who be that is sure, and it can make wise those who lack wisdom, wiseness. Bring out the verse right here. Torat Yahuwah Temima. Temima is Tamim. It's complete. It's perfect. Right? Torat Yahuwah Temima Mishibata Nafesh. Mishibat, it can turn the soul from the stray way to his way. Edut Yahweh, the edut, the testimony of he who be, ne'emana. Namin is ne'emana. It's faithful. Ne'emana, right? It's sure, it's faithful. Ne'emana. Machkimat, causing to be wise. Machkimat, right? A wisening of a hakama, right? Petty, right? Here we go. Mechimat hakam, to make wise the petty, petai, right? The simple, those who are naive, right? Those who may be open-minded, they may be sincere in their intent, but they're foolish. They can be open to a good suggestion, a bad suggestion, because they don't know how to discern the difference from, good and evil, so to speak. This is what the Torah brings out for us. We already passed the tree, right? How do we get back to the garden, right? So right here, right? The testimony of Yahweh is sure, right? Always faithful, always sure, right? So here, bringing this out right here, his testimonies, right? His testimonies. All right, so right here. Let's just seal up right here. So then, right, we're still in the section right here of the praise, right? Praising, right? For thy name's sake, right? For thy name's sake, because of your name, right? O Yahweh, pardon mine iniquity, for it is great. So there's an admittance of iniquity, right? And a call for pardon. What man is he? That question from Psalm 24. Who shall, right? Who shall ascend? Who can go up? What man is he that respects, that references he who be who he be? Him will he teach. Is that right there? In the way, right? It was never called Christianities or whatever. It was called the way. He will teach in the way, right? He shall choose, right? His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed shall inherit the land, right? His soul shall lodge in goodness. So we get into the Hebrew sense. Remember, he called on goodness early on, right? So his soul, his psyche will lodge, like his psyche, his soul, she'll dwell in goodness, right? That condition of psyche, of mind, right? The secret, right, of Yahweh is with them that respect, that reverence him. Think about that for a moment. If you were to share your confidentials, your secrets, right? It would be good if somebody respect you, you share it with somebody who respect you, who honor you. But in this sense right here, the secret of Yahweh is with those who reverence him. It's like saying like the mysteries, like in the new covenant taught the mysteries of God in Christ. Well, this is to those who respect him, he reveals it. And he will shew them his covenant, burrito. He will shew them and his covenant to make them know it. So you see how the word "shew" right here, you think of you'll see with your eyes, but when we study the Hebrew, it's like the earlier verse where it says, "Shew me thy ways, cause me to know," and his berit, right, to make them know it, right, make them know it, right. Now, here, coming to conclusion is where the prayer is resumed. The prayer that had left off at the 7th verse, we went through the praise in verses 8 to 14. So the sense, the pattern of prayer and praise, all in this one psalm. Here, picking up right here, his prayer resumed. Right? Mine eyes are ever toward he who be, who he be. My eyes are ever toward Yahweh. My eyes, keeping your eyes. You remember it's a frontlet between your eyes, right? The frontal lobe, the mind's eye. What Messiah said, if your eye be single, my eyes are ever toward the eyes, right? Have it. For he shall pluck my feet out of the net, right? To bring them forth. Turn thee to me, right? Turn thee to me and have mercy. Once again, calling on mercy, that attribute of mercy up on me. For the reason why I'm desolate, I'm afflicted, the condition, the situation, right? The troubles of my heart are enlarged, right? Bring me out of my distresses, my anxieties, tight conditions. Look upon my affliction and my pain, right? And here, forgive all my sins, right? All, just all, not just this, that, forgive, no, all. This just, now, what's interesting right here, this brings out the sense of, remember in the beginning, the first verse, we kind of zoomed in on a certain aspect of the verse, the Esa, lift up, right? And distinguish Esa from Nasa and Nasha, where some people get confused. They think that Nasa in Hebrew means to what they call it, to beguile, because NASA, the space agency, they get confused with the Hebrew. But Nasa means to lift. Interesting. Nasha is a different word, but here it says forgive. Notice the word here is nasa, as we have in the opening verse. The opening verse says, it says, Aleika Yahweh, to thee, O he who be, nafshi, my soul, my psyche, my psychological state, esa Elohai, I lift up. And so here in this verse, it says, look upon mine affliction and my pain, right? And forgive all my sins. The idea of the word forgive here in lifting up, right? Let's bring out the Hebrew and lifting up, right? Here we go, right here, right? Here we go. It says, re, see, see, right? See, on the ye. Re'e oni, see my oni, affliction, oni, my affliction. Re, Re'eh. Remember with Reuben name? Reuben name is speaking to a group of people. So it's Re'u, Re'u. Speaking to one man, telling them one man to see Re'eh, 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 or it may sound like Ray, Ray, Ray on ni, Ray on ye, Ray, Re'eh on ye, Wa Amali, my and my amal, amali, and my toil, my labor, my trouble. Can be like toil, labor, kind of a wearing effort. It's labor, but this is like just worry. It brings up the sense of worry. Amal, amali, my worry, whether of mind and body. Remember, we're talking about the soul here. Rei on wa amali, wisa likola hat otai, wisa, sa and lift up, sa. So sa is the imperative from Nasa. Nasa mean he lifted up. So when we say it as like to do this, lift up, lift up, lift up. Sa, speaking to man, sa. Interesting here about the word sa at the end of the Genesis Torah portion where Jacob had told the brothers, right, to go to Joseph, right, and ask him for forgiveness. Remember that? It was Ana, Sa, Na. Ana, please, we beg you. Ana, Sa, lift up. Na, please, come on. Sa, Na, Sa, Na, Sa, lift up. Na, come on. Ana, Sa, Na. Here, speaking to Yahuwah, Re on wa amali wisa likola hatotai, and lift up all of my hatot, all my missing the mark, because not just the deed, the act, but it's a psychological, how can we say, the psychological condition. So it's a sin, which is the missing of the mark, but it's a condition brought on by missing. Sometimes it's not just doing something wrong, but it's that, just thought like, man, like the punishment, right? So that guiltiness, it rests upon the conscience. Therefore, Dawid here says, with sa, and lift up, with sa, right? Sa, likol hatotai, lift up all my sins, this guiltiness, right, that may rest, right, on the conscience, right? So the acrostic here requires the verse to begin with the letter Kof, right? Instead, it and the next verse, it begins with the letter Resh, right? Re'eh, Re'eh, the R, Re, see, Re, on the E, right? See my affliction, right? So some conjecture that Kuma, right, Kuma, right, arise, as we have in Psalm 3 and 8, has fallen out. But here too, the LXX, the Septuagint, it supports the Masoretic text in the reading right here. Mine affliction, Psalm 9, Hebraically verse 14. Let's just touch on this forgive right here from the Nasa. So notice in the opening verse, he says, to thee, O Yahweh, do I Esa, I lift up, I will lift up. Nafshi Esa, Eleka Yahuwah, Nafshi Esa. Here, in this verse right here, he says, consider or look, see, right? Consider, Re on ye, Wa Amali, right? See mine affliction and my travail, my trouble, with Sa, and lift up, and forgive, lift up, my Likol of all Hatotai. Lift up, forgive, sin being thought of as a crushing burden. So Hebraically, the idea of the chata'ah or the chatot of sins, let's break it down right here from the root, chat'ah, to miss the mark, right? Caught lacking, right? This is thought of Hebraically as a crushing burden. The guiltiness resting on the conscience. The psalmist prays, and I, to be relieved of this load of chatot, chatotai, of my sins, my missing, from the conviction that they are the cause. So therefore, in the context of this is the conviction that they're the cause of these sufferations, right? Of these sufferings, of these sufferations right here. Right? Let's just bring it to the fullness, the Yod Tate. And again, in the next verse, it has the same word, right? Consider, right? From the Re'eh, Re, see, look, inspect, consider mine enemies. So he say, consider mine affliction, my travail, forgive all my sins. Clearing himself, check. And then he says, consider now if you consider my affliction, my travail, my trouble, forgiving my sins, now consider mine enemies. Why? Because they're many, right? And they hate me, right? With cruel hatred, right? They hate me with the hatred of violence, right? Hebraically with the Hamas. They hate me with Hamas, right? With cruelty, Hamas, injustice, Hamas, unjust gain, right? Filthy lucre, right? Let's bring out the verse right here. Re oibai. See my enemies. So previous verse, see my affliction, right? And my trouble, my toil, right? Here, see my enemies. Re oivai. Re oivai, kia rabu. Why ki? Because rabu, they rabab, they become many. Just keep increasing, right? A bunch of them. They just increase in number. Ki rabu. With sinat, and the hatred, right? With sinat and the hatred of Hamas. The hatred of Hamas, not that sense, but the hatred of violence, Hamas, right? Sineuni, they hate Ani, they hate me. Sineuni, with Sinata Hamasa Sineuni, they hate me. It brings down good here with the hatred of violence. It actually brings out the sense right there with the hatred, right, of Sina, right, the hatred of, right, the hatred right there of Hamas, of violence, of wrong, coming from the root sense Hamas, to do violence, to treat wrongly, right, to wrong ethically. Let's break it down. Treat, violent, maltreat. Hamas. There we go. Hamas. Re oibai ki rabua. With sinata Hamas. Sineuni. Cruel hatred. Hatred of violence. A hatred that results in downpression. Theirs is a hatred that proceeds from injustice and leads to fresh injustice. So there's like hatred, like just hatred. Yeah, that's bad, right? But then there's hatred that actually comes from, right, injustice. And because it comes from injustice, it's such a hatred, it produces and leads to fresh injustice, right? That kind of hatred, really hate, right? Over here, the Ka verse right here, the Ka verse. Let's take these 3 verses here, right? As we close up the prayer right here. Oh, keep my soul and deliver me. Make me not be ashamed. What he said in the beginning, Ale Bosha, right? For I put my trust, betachti, right? Put my trust, bika, in thee. Connecting the first verse right there, it says Shomra, keep. Now remember, the keep here is the Shama keep. The other keep was the Natsar keep, right? To keep, to observe, right? Shamra nafshi, keep my psyche, keep my soul, keep my psychological state. Shamra, keep her. Shamra nafshi, we're hatzalei ani, and deliver. Hatzalei from natsal means to snatch. Hatzalei, snatch me away, tear me out the situation, like just snatch me. It's like somebody about to walk into traffic and somebody just snatches you up. You may be like, yo, why are you pulling me like this? And then you see the car, truck pass by. Oh my God. Right? That's what he's saying. We're hatzaleini ale bosh. Don't let me be abashed. Don't let me be bashment. Don't let me be put to shame, disconcerted, disappointed, feel shame. Ale bosh. Why? Why not? Because ki chasiti bak. Now here the word for trust, you notice earlier I said the word right there was batach. Here the word for trust, English translate both trust as the same word trust, but it's a different word. Chasa. I seek refuge for protection. Right? So literally it's like you go a place you can be sure, but in the figure of speech is like go into he. Like it says, the name of Yahweh is like a strong tower. The righteous, they run into it. But how do you run into a name? My Kia Chasiti, my I have run to you, Bak. I have run to you for protection. Ki Chasiti Bak. My keep my soul, protect me. Shamra Nafshi, protect my psychological state, right? Protect my psyche right there, right? Protect my psyche, my mind state. Ale Bosh, don't let me be abashed by succumbing to my enemies in spite of reliance upon thee. Don't let me give in to these enemies, right? Here, because why? Because Hasiti Bak, I've sought my refuge, Chasa, mind, seek refuge, flee for protection. In the literal sense, the figure of speech, to put my trust in Elohim, confidence, hope, expectation. Right? I fled. So the literal sense is to flee for protection, like to a stronghold. In the figure of speech and spirit and in truth, to confide in, to put that trust in. Right? Here to the 21st, the Kaf Aleph verse right here to seal up. Therefore, let integrity and uprightness preserve me. Right? Now notice, you see the word preserve here? We had it earlier with keep, right? The Natsar here is again. As we have Notri, right? As we have Nazareth, right? Yeshua HaNotri, to guard, to watch over. Let me integrity and uprightness and what? Yosher. Yosher from Yashar is uprightness, straightness, right? Yosher, straightness, evenness, level upness, right? Integrity and level upness. What is right, what is due, rightness, equity, right? Preserve me. May they guard me as a watchman. Why? Because I wait, right? Once again, the kawa, I expect in thee. Remember that in the Hebrew, kav is like a cord, right? So it's like a cord. So the ancient idea why this word for wait is like you collect, you bind, right? Not physically, but in spirit and in truth, and psychologically. That which you hope, you expect, but in a sense, you're actually pulling it to you, right? To bind, to collect, figuratively to expect. Let's get the verse right here. Okay, let's go down here because see they have a note right here. Hold on for a moment. Some put, okay, the LXX, the BHS, the MT lacks Lord there or Yahweh, but in the LXX would read the Hebrew like this, right? It says Tom, why Yosher? Tom, right? Why Yosher? Tom, right? Uncle Tom was the good one, right? Tom. Tom is integrity. It comes from tamam, the word that elsewise translated as perfect, complete. Tom, right? Says that Jacob was a plain man. Tom, he was a perfect man. The sense of Tom is completeness, prosperity. In a moral sense, is innocence that we can bring out in English as integrity. Tom wa yosher, right? Integrity and uprightness, level upness. Yitzaruni. May they not tsar me. Yitzaru, may they, Tom, Wayosha, these two attributes, Yitzaruni, may they guard me, protect me, be like watchmen, guardians for I. Because, Ki Yakuitika, because I have expected in the Yahweh. So here they bring out the sense of Yahweh right here, right? So they have Yahweh in the LXX. They put Yahweh's name at the end of the verse, but this is not found in the Masoretic. So you're scrolling down here to the Tanakh, so you can see the verse in Tanakh. You can see here, Tomwa Yosha Yitzaruni Ki Kuitika Ki Kuitika. May integrity Tom, may Tom, it's like Tom, right? May Tom, right? Integrity, completeness, wa Yosher, and uprightness and level upness, right? Preserve me, Yitzaruni. May single-hearted devotion, when Yeshua said your eye being single, right? Being single, right? May single-hearted devotion to Elohim, to the spirit and the truth, and honorable behavior, halakha, to men, right? And amongst men and people, be as it were guardian angels at my side. We have something similar in Psalm 61, round about verse 8. He and I pray like this, not on the ground of his own merits. So this is not a psalm here that's based on the grounds of one's own merit. I've done good, I've been a good person, so forth and so on. But here he prays like this, not on the grounds of one's own merit, but in the virtue, right, of his patience, right, dependence on Elohim and on Elohim's goodness. Key, because kawitika, I place my expectation in thee, right, as the champion of the afflicted, of ones afflicted like I. And here he seals it up with the concluding petition. So after the resumption of prayer comes the concluding petition, right? And here's the concluding petition, right? How does this prayer, Psalm 25, Mizmor Kaf, hey, fulfill? Pidei Elohim et Yisrael, Mikol Sarotayo, Mikol Sarotav, Mikol Sarotayo. Redeem, Pidei, redeem. Mine Elohim, O Elohim, redeem et Yisrael. Redeem Israel, O Elohim, O Creator, O Judge, O Almighty Power. Pidei Elohim et Yisrael. Me call from all, Sarotav, Sarotayo, from all of his Sarot. Sarot is like straits, distress, trouble. Hebraically, the word sarot comes from this right here, sar. Sar, the root word sar is like narrowness, tightness. So psychologically, right, and spiritually, narrowness, tightness is what leads to anxiety, right? It can apply sometimes to the people, right? So it can be like anxieties and adversaries and adversities in that sense, right? Deliver Israel from all of Yisrael's straits, distress, from all of Israel's adversities. And of course, along with adversities are the adversaries. So right here, the seal up verse, Pidei Elohim, redeem, from Pada, Pada to redeem, Pada to ransom, Pada to redeem. Pada, right? The root word Pada here is as a verb, right? It's as an imperative, Pidei. So Pidei is like, it's a sort of a command, redeem, like do it, sever, ransom, release, right? Pidei Elohim, release, O Creator, O Judge, et Yisrael, redeem, O Israel, redeem Israel, O Creator, O Judge, Mikol, from all Sarotayo, from all his sarot, all his anxieties, adversaries, as well as adversities. So the concluding petition here, just like Psalm 34, the companion psalm, the psalm adds to the acrostic a final verse, beginning with pay, the Hebrew letter pay, right? Or fe, pay, right? So it's similar like Psalm 34 in that way as well. But here's the key point, the redemption of Israel, right? Calling on the judge, the creator. The whole of the psalm, right, struck the personal note. Now, for recital in the Haykal, in the temple and congregational worship, some say we have this final verse right here. Some say, but it definitely could be Davidic as well because they were in the congregation and worship at Zion. Some say it is proper to conclude with a reference to the needs of the community. Since a psalm is very personal, so even we learn from Torah and from Psalms and from the way of the righteous, even when we have a very personal prayer, we also pray for the community. In other words, it wouldn't be right necessarily just to pray for ourselves and not to pray for the community. And we have that pattern right here. So even though it's very personal, right, it concludes with a reference to the needs of the community. The prayer, the tefillah, admirably, it harmonizes with the whole spirit of the Psalms. And it sums up, even within this psalm, it sums up the petitions that are brought forward. It introduces the petitions, right? And then it also introduces the answer and the hope in the answer to the petitions. So right here, let's hear the Hebrew to the English. This is on the Dennis Brown, God bless my soul. Bless I and I psyche. May Yahweh bless the eye, keep the eye, right? Cause his face, his grace to shine on the eye and give the eye Yeshua shalom. Here we go.
Not in the counsel of the ungodly. And also, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth.
מזמור כ"ה לדוד. אליך אדוני נפשי אשא, אלוהי בך בטחתי, אל אבושה, אל יעלצו אויבי לי, גם כל קובך לא יבושו, יבושו הבוגדים רקם. דרכיך אדוני הודיעני, אורחותיך למדני, הדריכני ואמיתך ולמדני, כי אתה אלוהי ישעי, אותך קיוויתי כל היום. זכור רחמך אדוני וחסדיך, כי מעולם המה. חטות נעורי ופשעי אל תזכור, כחסדך זכור לי אתה, למען טובך אדוני. טוב וישר אדוני, על כן יורה חטאים בדרך. ידרך ענבים במשפט, ולמד ענבים דרכו. כל אורחות אדוני חסד ואמת, לנוצרי בריתו ועדותיו. למען שמך אדוני, וסלחת לעווני כי רב הוא. מי זה האיש ירא אדוני, יורנו בדרך יבחר. נפשו בטוב תלין, וזרעו יירש ארץ. סוד אדוני לרעיו, ובריתו להודיעם. עיני תמיד אל אדוני, כי הוא יוציא מרשת רגלי. פנה אלי וחונני, כי יחיד ועני אני. צרות לבבי הרחיבו, ממצוקותי הוציאני. ראה עוניי ועמלי, ושא לכל חטאותי. ראה אויבי כי רבו, ושנאת חמאס שנאוני. שמרה נפשי והצילני, אל אבוש כי חסיתי בך. תום ויושר יצרוני, כי קיוויתיך. פדה אלוהים את ישראל מכל צרותיו.
Come be a part of.
All right, MOJ, Atlanta Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
And say that if one speaking a language and a tongue, let there be one to interpret here. Flip it right here. The Hebrew with the English highlights right here. Shemot right here.
Come be a part of.
All right, MOJ, Atlanta Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. And also, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth.
Psalm 25.
מזמור כ"ה לדוד.
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul.
אליך אדוני נפשי אשא.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
אלוהי,
I trust in thee, in thee.
בך בטחתי.
Let me not be ashamed, not be ashamed, not be ashamed, not be ashamed, not be ashamed.
אל אבושה.
Let not mine enemies triumph over me, over me, over me, over me.
אל יעלצו אויביי לי.
Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause. Show me thy ways, O Lord. Teach me thy paths. Lead me in thy truth and teach me. For thou art the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all the day. Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they have been ever of old. Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions. According to thy mercy, remember thou me for thy goodness' sake, O Lord. Good and upright is the Lord. Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon mine iniquity, for it is great. What man is he that feareth the Lord? Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose. His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed shall inherit the earth. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Mine eyes are ever toward the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net. Turn thee unto me, and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted. The troubles of my heart are enlarged. O bring thou me out of my distresses. Look upon mine affliction and my pain, and forgive all my sins. Consider mine enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred. O keep my soul and deliver me. Let me not be ashamed, for I put my trust in thee. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I wait on thee. Redeem Israel, O God, out of all his trouble, 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 out of all his trouble.
Yes. Shavua Tov, a good Shavua, and also a good new year, season, time, and the way, the truth, and the life.
Shavua Tov, a good 7, good strong, sabbatically speaking. Yes, I. Shalom, Chaverim, shalom. Give thanks.
Shalom, right here. Feeling out, y'all. It's Torah reading and feeding here in the second book of Moshe, Shemot. More on Shemot. Be sure to check out the third day's Aliyah, third day's reading, LOJS.org, Torah Portion. Go look that up right there. Go to the archives and, catch up with the teaching right here. Yeshua Shalom, y'all. Yes, I. Rastafari.
Come be a part of. Where Hebrew feels like home.
Yes.
Discipleship Radio.
Who we be, LOJ?
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.